Whoa! Am I in control? Where is Lemmy? Lemmy, where have you gone? Whoa, chat's popping off. Yeah, I've taken over, guys. Yep. Oh yeah, right. I still have the poop.
All right. Okay.
No, he's back. No.
All right. Okay. So, Jesus Christ, 7 people already. Did you put out a tweet or something, Dougie? Because I am shocked that people even knew this was happening. Look at all these folks.
I told my group chat, but I didn't tell Twitter itself.
Okay. Well, I guess does the group chat account for all these people? Definitely doesn't account for Matt Twillman. Then again, I told him this morning, so that makes sense. He called me for like 7 minutes. He called me and I was like, "Hey, Matt, I gotta go back to bed because I need to be ready for this Douggie stream." He's like, okay."
The only person I can see from my group chat is Creative Master.
God,
everyone else, I have no idea who they are.
Malambeek, I recognize Malambeek. Reading 3640 Studios, recognize them. Sodor Express Studios, recognize them. Who else? The Gillen Group. I'm starting to recognize like my whole audience. That's really cool. Like the people who join these streams, like I'm actually really starting to recognize consistently. So
maybe you should tell Twitter we're live.
Yeah, I mean that might be of use. What do you think? Is that something we should do? I think that's something we should do.
Yeah, I think the more the merrier.
Yeah. Yes. All right, let's see. What's your at?
Douggie the Cool G. I know. Such a great at. I know.
It is a pretty great ad, I gotta say. I'm live.
You don't
at Douggie the Cool G. Come join us. There we go. That's a pretty good slogan right there. Sometimes you don't need to over-explain it. Sometimes one sentence will do the trick right there. Look at that. All in a day's work.
By the way, we were supposed to start about 3 hours ago.
All right, yeah, that's true.
I'm gonna keep bullying you for this, by the way.
I will admit that the plan was to start at 7. However, it was a very clever plan. Let me tell you why it was such a clever plan. Actually, the plan was to start at 7 or 8, which really amounts to 9 or 10, which is clever because of Darnold and Douglas. So actually, we're geniuses, and this stream was saved by my lateness. That's what made it. That's what made this stream, okay? That's what made it so glorious, I think. And there's an echo as well. That also contributes to how glorious it is. But only the very end of my sentences.
So anyway, how have you been, Lemmy?
I've been good. How have you been, Dougie? How have you been?
Honestly, cannot complain, honestly.
Well, that's really something. God, James is saying, "Where are the Tugs?" in the chat at the top of his lungs. He's saying, "Bring out the
Well,
tug."
you see, the tugboat. Well, you see, the tugboat for its size is the most powerful craft afloat.
Do you have a? Do you
Yeah,
have
that's
any,
it. That's all I had to say.
Do you have any stats on that? Do you have any like real, true evidence?
Well, you see, there's this show called Tugs, and in the introduction of each episode, it says that the tugboat for its size is the most powerful craft afloat.
So you just believe
So,
everything you see on ITV?
yeah, that's my source.
All right. I can't argue with that. Yeah, I agree as well.
Well, you know,
Steam Engines United says Douggie pop a squad. What say you, Douggie?
I have popped multiple squats.
Oh wow, showing me up. Okay, I see how it is. I've been showing up. I've been
All right,
showing up,
pop a
folks.
squat, then, I mean, come on.
No. Don't just casually gesture as if it's not a big deal. Don't just be like, come on. No. If the squad is ever popped, it will come when the time is right. Okay, it won't happen. Won't happen today or tomorrow or a few weeks from now. It'll happen when I'm old and gray and I've had my fun. That's when it'll happen. Anyway,
I mean, you know you want to. You know you want to pop a squat.
No comment. No comment whatsoever. I should probably set up my camera so I could do some sort of boat thing. Let's see. I should probably hide all the secret trains. Because let me tell you, there's a lot of secret trains around these parts. Or I should just not keep them secret.
I cannot wait for when the chat is going to start rioting because we ignored it the whole time.
Yes, indeed. Well, I will leave it up to you, Douggie, to decide whether we bring people in during this stream. And if we do, then perhaps we can assuage the chat. However, we could also just bring nobody in, and then people will slowly grit their teeth and start snarling and say, "Bring us in," but we won't let them in. That's a possibility as well, if that's something we want to do.
It do be a possibility, though.
Yeah, it do be that. It do certainly be that.
I was just offered some milk chocolate. I'm very proud.
Lots of wooden trains.
I just realized you don't know what that is. But, you know, I'm just going to never tell you what bow chocolate cake is. You just never will know.
I have a feeling you're going to crack and tell me eventually.
Wait, what?
I have a feeling you're going to crack and tell me eventually is what I said.
Well, Billy, you don't know me very well then.
Mm-hmm. I suppose you do have quite the reserve.
Anyway, pop a squat.
No! I thought we were going somewhere with this conversation. Now I'm hearing these insidious requests to pop a squat. You should know.
Wait, hold on. I just need to check.
I do that.
Redding said, Lemmy's final video is going to be titled Goodbye. And it's going to be like 2 seconds long. And just Lemmy popping a squat.
Can you imagine that? If I just disappeared from the internet after that, it was just like, that's it. It's done. I'm over. That's the last thing I'm going to do here. Goodbye, folks. Jesus Christ.
That is a way to go out, though.
Yeah, it is a way to go out, but everything's a way to go out. That's no, I'm not sure if that's the way to go out. I got to be honest. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. Will Thomas 199 says, this was unexpected. Hello, Lemmy and Douggie. Hello, Will Thomas 199.
Excuse me, that's not very good grammar. You didn't put a capital D in my name? Honestly.
Yeah.
Honestly.
See, it's interesting how you remark on the lack of capitalization in your name. The first sentence doesn't have capitalization, and you just totally ignore it, almost as if your name is more important than the word "this." Do you know how?
Well, you know, I mean, if you look up the word Douggie in the dictionary, it comes before this.
I don't think your name's in the dictionary. I'll be honest.
Lemmy, are you telling me that the first ever dictionary only had 2 words in it? Douggie and dictionary.
I'm not so convinced. And my last name is Webster, right? So I should know a thing or two about dictionaries. Let me tell you. And I've read the whole thing cover to cover, and I haven't seen your name in there, not once. So has it manifested?
Clearly, you have the wrong dictionary.
I read all the dictionaries. Literally every dictionary on the face of the earth I read through in totality. Your name was not in a single one of them. I've just got to say.
Well, you know what? Lemmy isn't in any of the dictionaries.
Actually, Lemmy is in all the dictionaries. You know why? Lead singer of Motorhead. That's why. That's the reason.
Oh, is that why you named yourself Lemmy?
No. I really wish. Look, I don't have anything against the lead singer of Motorhead. I don't know anything about him, but I know that I don't have anything to do with him, and I wish that our names not only were not the same, but were not spelled exactly the same. Like, there's only one other Lemmy that's ever existed on the face of the planet, and it's that guy, and our names are spelled in the exact same fashion. It is really something else. Just my
I
life.
found the dictionary to be rather dry read.
Yeah, I agree, Matt.
You know, honestly, the plot, God.
The plot.
You had me hooked on the first page. Second page, really lost.
If you really had to like focus on the dictionary and actually give it a plot, maybe you could. Maybe if you tied each word together in a certain way, and you thought about the progression, probably not. I'll be honest. Hey Lemmy.
Look,
hey
all
Lemmy.
I'm saying is the dictionary has some deep lore.
All right, well, fair. The dictionary is basically all lore. It's a lore dump. That's what it is. Hey Lemmy, how come you still haven't done that Flex Seal sponsorship? Asks the station pilot. I don't know. I wonder what I would do if Flex Seal sponsored me. Like if they offered me that would be really.
Well, you'd do a sponsorship, wouldn't you?
I'm probably not. I don't know. I mean, it depends on how much they offered me, and also the fact that like mainly I'd want to do it just because that would be kind of funny. Like, you know, if I was literally sponsored by Flex Seal, that would just be a really good story. So I would want that to be the case. But the thing is, the problem is when a company sponsors you, I was thinking about this the other day. When a company sponsors you, essentially they're just paying you to lie for them. Because think about it. They wouldn't pay you if they were certain you'd say good things about their product all the time. They wouldn't have to pay you because you're doing what they want you to. So really, the money that they're giving you is in order to ensure that those times that you would say something bad, you instead don't. So really, the only effect a sponsorship can have on you is that it can turn you into a liar. So that being said, I'm a little
Lemmy, it's a joke. Oh my fucking god. Lemmy.
I will admit that perhaps I'm overthinking it. But at the same time, I don't think I'm overthinking it.
Socialism.
Is that what it is? Oh. Well, maybe.
I don't know. I just thought the first word that came to me, and it just socialism.
God damn it. Matt just said he'll always be master to me. Please, Matt, no. Don't do that. No one call me master, please. I think I was going through my DMs. I think there was like one or two people who actually called me master, like introducing themselves. They're like, "Hello, master," and it still happens. It's still something that people do. It's like, Jesus Christ, don't ever call anyone master. I also don't respond to dad.
Master.
I also don't respond to papa. I also don't respond to senpai. There's a lot of terms I don't respond to. And master is
man, I guess I need to stop calling you senpai then.
Yeah, I guess you do. I guess I've just put it on the list. I put it on the dictionary of words that Lemmy does not respond to. So there we go.
Senpai Lemmy is just rejected.
I keep getting sucked into the conversation. I need to clear off my workbench so I can do some sort of boat thing. What type of boat thing do you think I should do, Dougie?
Honestly, I think it should have to do with boats.
Okay, that's a fair request, but I think it's a little bit unreasonable.
Oh, I'm sorry, senpai.
Oh, what have I done? What have I done?
Hashtag senpai Lemster.
Oh my god, no! Don't get that trending. Please.
Alright, fellas, you heard him. You heard him.
Oh,
You heard
right.
the man. Everyone get on Twitter.
Someone's just gonna chop out the don't, and then it's they've got free reign to do their dastardly work. Oh,
Look,
Christ.
I'm already in my video editor. I'm already editing.
What has my life become?
Anyway,
What has
changing
my
the
life-
subject. I have been
Yes.
requested to talk about Craig, our Lord and Savior.
About what?
Craig.
Okay. All right. Who is this Craig?
Wait, oh man, you just don't get a lot of jokes. Okay. So, you are aware of who Laurie 2 is, correct?
Yes, I'm well aware of Laurie too.
Well, the hard Lauries in general. So, I named them with like dumb names that I thought were funny. Or I don't know why. Don't ask why the names are funny to me because I don't have an answer. So I named Laurie 1 Phil, Laurie 2 is Craig, and Laurie 3 is Trash, aka Craig. No, wait. No, Keith. No, his name is Keith.
Yeah, two of them are Craig. Okay, great.
Shut up. Shut up, Lemmy. Shut up, Lemmy. Okay, shut up.
Just they're both built that way in the factory. It's like, oh shit, we need two Craigs. Should we send one back? No, it's fine.
No, Laurie 4 is called Craig too. And they just went, that's why he's only in like some fucking game or whatever.
Okay, of course. Makes sense. So
I did, no, Craig, I did not call Craig Crash. I called, oh no, I can't speak. Okay. Crave Master, no, I did not call Craig Trash. I called Keith Trash.
This has already become very complicated. Well, I suppose that is the mark of any.
It's not that hard to understand the Laurie lore.
The Laurie lore. The lurid Lauries. You gotta love Lauries, don't you? You have to.
You know, honestly, I do.
There's like, do you ever find it weird, Dougie, that they took the faces off of them? Like they said, and the Lauries never did come back. But then they did. It's just that they pried all of their faces off, and then just they kind of hung out in the background forever. Like that's weird. Like
the Fat Controller, when the Fat Controller found out about their misdeeds and was like, well, it would cost too much to send you back because shipping and shit. So I'll just remove your faces. Problem solved.
Oh, if he did do that, that'd be the worst thing he ever did. Jesus Christ. Remove your faces. The weird thing is that if you assume that every vehicle in the background has a face, even if they're not depicted with one, then the Lauries are just there, and there's no excuse for it. They're literally just still there. It's like if you were to as they're like driving off into the sunset, leaving the island forever, then you just see them kind of come back on like a back road and then just return, and they're like, we're here now. They just never leave. It's like I don't understand the show's reasoning sometimes.
You know that scene in the Blubber movie where like whatever the fucking race car is called, it's like goes on the bridge.
I can't believe we have a Blubber movie. Blubber. We say that? We all I've heard so many people say Blubber. And at first I thought it was like ironic, but it's gotten to the point where it can't be ironic from everyone. Blubber. Blubber.
I think it's just funny.
Blubber. Blubber.
Blubber. It's funny to me, so I will continue to call it Blubber.
That's what you should call Craig too. Call him Bubba.
Lemmy, how fucking dare you? I'm insulted.
Well, look, I'm just throwing ideas at you, okay? There's no getting around the fact that that's
Look, no one changes the name of God, so why should I change the name of my God?
Actually, they change the name of God quite frequently throughout history.
Shut the fuck up, Lemmy.
Checkmate. Checkmate, pal.
Shut up, Wookie. Shut up.
God, we are ignoring the chat big time.
Okay.
My
doctor has forbidden me to pry their faces off.
That's at that point. I don't think the doctor is like forbidding it. I feel like he just mentioned it in passing, and the doctor was like, "You really shouldn't do that. That's an awful thing to do." And he was like, "Oh, I see. Well, can you give me a second opinion then?" You shouldn't do it.
My wife keeps telling me that cutting off people's faces is not allowed, but I've got to update my Facebook wall.
God damn it. Sir Topham Hatt. What a dangerous man. We've got to stop him.
Some would say he's rather rotund.
That's true. Some would say that. But those people are fools. I know the real fat controller. Some gods
I find it hilarious that they made the US dub solely that they could change like the fat controller's name and like change a few terminologies.
It's weird that the fat controller, that people would have been so offended by that in the US dub that they changed it so entirely to Sir Topham Hatt. Like really? People couldn't handle that? I mean, so all the jokes.
Were people going to be that outraged that they call him the fat controller?
I guess, yeah. I guess that's the notion. I mean,
people were going to take to the streets with pitchforks.
Take to the streets. That's an issue worth rioting for sure. You've got to protest the fat controller.
Forget all these serious issues in the news. We must stop them from calling the fat controller the fat controller.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Wooden Railway Edward says, but the test audience in all uppercase, lowercase, uppercase, lowercase, uppercase, lowercase. Will says, we need to cancel the fat controller. What would and then Scrapyard Studios asks, what would he get canceled for? What would the fat controller get canceled for? Let's think about this. I mean,
well, we've already mentioned prying off faces.
If I lived on Sodor in any time between the 50s and like the 80s, I guess, I would probably be kind of pissed off that he was spending my tax dollars keeping antiquated steam engines running when he really should be investing in newer technologies that are going to get me to work faster. So that could be something to cancel him for, but that's the thing. Canceling has to either be about some sort of horrible sex crime, or it has to be about something entirely petty. It's like those are like the two things. You can't cancel somebody because they made like a very poor business decision. That's just warranted at that point. It's not a cancellation.
Lemmy, you are aware we're on the internet and you can just cancel someone for even coughing nowadays.
Well, I guess that's true.
Lemmy, did you just fucking breathe? What the fuck? All right, I'm going on Twitter right now. That's it. You've crossed the line. You've crossed the line, Lemmy.
All right, I'm okay with that. Take me off Twitter. I'll retreat for another. I really, honestly, I kind of wish I would get canceled. I think it'd be fun just to well, that's the thing. Because I would just leave Twitter. Everyone would be like rubbing their hands together, like, oh, it's all over for him. Look he's going to cry now. And then I just leave for 5 months and don't even realize that it happened. And they're like, wait, what? Where is he? Why isn't he responding? Why isn't he responding to my cancellation? Why isn't he responding? I'd come back and be like, what's going on? What's up?
And
then
everyone in your replies are gonna be like, "Oh my God, Lemmy, you're such a bad man."
I probably wouldn't have any idea. I mean, it's interesting because the thing is, cancellation only works if you care about like what the herd thinks. You know, if you care about like the mob mentality. But like one-on-one, does anyone ever get canceled one-on-one? You know, like the Twitter mobster who cancels somebody. Does that same somebody ever just sit down one-on-one with the Twitter mobster and have a conversation? I feel like it would break down so fast. It would be like you couldn't really cancel someone one-on-one. You couldn't keep on being like for 5, 10, 20, 30 minutes, an hour. You would be like, no, you're still bad. And here's why. It's like eventually it would break down and you'd come to an understanding. The problem is that Twitter is just such a bad medium for discussion that it amounts to just crucifying somebody and then getting over it later when you have something else to focus on, like a cat dressed as Percy. That's the sort of thing that will take people's minds off of it for sure. Right? Am I right? Am I wrong?
Why Percy dressed as a cat?
That I wrote a story that kind of did that, but it was a dog.
Oh wait, no. I mean, did you write Percy as a furry?
It depends on what you think a furry is. I wrote a story. It was around Halloween time, and I was like, what costume would be cute for Percy? And I was like, okay, what about a puppy dog with like puppy ears and stuff? And I literally had him wear enormous train-sized puppy ears, and I was like, okay, that works. I'll go with that. That's
Which
all.
motherfucker made like puppy ears for Percy though?
Puppy ears for Percy. Can I just say that sounds like a story name in and of itself? But probably a very kind workman who's like a craftsman who like really wants to actually break out and stop working at Croven's Gate, but like he just doesn't have the money for it. So he's like trying to kind of work it into his daily
Percy's
job.
just trundling down the main line and like with like some stone trucks or something. It's like he just stops at Croven's Gate because like oh no. I mean, oh yay! I'm in charge again. Wouldn't Railway Edward do really be saying the true facts though? Can't believe Lemmy breathed in front of me. Guys, keep singing my praises. It's okay, guys. Come on. United, stop posting such slander. I did not fall off the toilet. Oh, fucking damn it. Someone asked me where Donald is. This hasn't happened for a while. God damn it. Why must this happen? I can't believe it's not butter.
All right, it's my infernal microphone. It basically
You got a lot of nerves showing your face around here.
I know I breathed. I'm sorry. Okay, I'll try not to breathe so hard. In the future, I won't breathe so much. Okay, I promise.
Why do you sound like you're about to die?
Well,
Oh, God,
I
that voice
promise
crack.
I won't do that. I'll stop. I'll stop breathing. Here.
You sound like you have asthma.
I won't breathe even a little bit. I won't breathe. I understand that breath is necessary for speech, and therefore I must be breathing right now, but I will not breathe.
Anyway, I've just been asked what my opinion on. Wait, what? Douggie, where is Alfred? What is your opinion on Alfred? Fucking I'm going to assume that you mean the B12, but you know what? I'm gonna talk about the cooler Alfred, the mid-Sodor
Oh,
one.
come
So
on.
yes,
No. Come on.
my opinion on the mid-Sodor one is he is a Chad. We must worship him. Now he's not as cool as Craig. I must preface this, but NGL
Which
he
Craig?
kind of fuck off, Lemmy. I hate you,
Which Craig? That's what I want to know.
Lemmy. Shut up.
Is it Keith Craig or is it Craig? Tell me the truth here. Tell me the facts.
It's
Tell me
Craig. Craig.
All right.
Keith Craig
Okay.
is an imposter. We hate him. I spit on him.
I'm a big
I print
fan of.
out photos of him and just burn them.
I'm actually a big fan of Keith Craig. Gotta say, I'm.
All right.
I like.
All right, that's it. Look, you know, we already canceled you for breathing. Come on, you don't want another reason.
It seems like that cancellation was over pretty quickly. I'm not so concerned. We've only been going for 31 minutes, and within that time, I've been uncanceled. So I just feel like I'm not so concerned. I'm not so worried. Not so worried.
All right, Creative Master just told me to read my whole lore. All right, fine. I'll get out the document if you insist.
I'm gonna let him do it. Read the whole lore, all the lore in the world. Read it.
Okay.
They're gonna go on forever, but it's okay. I'm ready to dissect this lore. Come on, Dougie.
Okay, 1851. The SNL, the Sodor mainland has begun construction. All right. Oh boy. Are you serious? Would you like me to read the entire lore?
I actually want you to. I'm going to sit here patiently. I'm going to dissect it.
Oh boy. Well,
this is a test of your own reserve. I can sit here all day.
All right.
Let's see how far we get here.
Okay, 1852. All three S&M engines arrive, and Crovan's Gate, the Viaduct, Crosby Tunnel, and Kirk Ronan are all built. All right, guys. Thoughts so far? Thoughts so far?
Who's building all these locations? This is what I want to know. Let's talk engines. What engines are at work?
Well, man, haven't actually thought about that. Right. Gonna make this up on the spot. The first two engines, Neil and whatever the fuck the other one's called, they show up in like the beginning of that year, and then they're like, "Oh heck, nah, we gonna build the railway." And then the third engine arrives, like near the end of the year, and then they help, and then all those locations are finished in that time.
All right. Okay. It's interesting that you've got like the viaduct is in there. I always thought of that as like a 1915 thing. Pretty daring. Really.
Well, I don't remember where I exactly located the viaduct, but it's like I located it near Crovan's Gate, and I was like, probably should build the viaduct. Lol.
That's actually really interesting. Like the idea of putting it very squarely on the S&M. That is interesting. I've never seen anyone do that. Quite daring.
I do dare.
You do dare.
All right.
Yeah.
So, skipping about 10 years because that's nothing really eventful happened in those 10 years. The Skarloey Railway begins construction in 1863. Skarloey arrives in March, and he gets fitted with a cabin ship in May. Then Reneus arrives in September, and then all the shit that happens in what's the book called? Very Old Engines, like the past shit that all happens.
Just for your information, the extended title is Very Old, Decrepit, Elderly, Super Ancient, Very Elderly, Old, Ancient, Archaic Engines. That's the full title.
And there was me thinking that more about Thomas the Tank Engine was a mouthful.
More about Thomas. Yeah, I think I kind of like that it's a mouthful though, honestly, because like I feel like it shows Christopher's subtle frustration with the fact that he has to keep writing books about Thomas. He's like, all right, more about Thomas the Tank Engine. If you really want to hear more
I
about
think
him,
though it was kind of a good thing for him though, since he said that one of his favorite characters was Toby, and since Thomas and Toby are characters that are essentially forced to interact, he got to write more for Toby.
right? Yeah, that's nice.
It's a double-edged sword, but
Don't you love the fact that like Awdry, like out of principle, like would not declare a favorite character? He was like, they are all my children, and you don't choose a child. But then Christopher was just like, well, I like Toby. I think Toby's good. It's like he didn't even hesitate.
Yes, I like Toby. This is good, but I like this.
Oh God, look at that.
I know we're reading my lore right now, but I must say this. Christopher's books are good. I'm putting it out there. Stop being mean to him.
Yeah, honestly. Like, here's the thing. Christopher, people have a tendency, myself included, to say, yeah, he's not nearly as good as his father. But first of all, for years he tried to put it off. He didn't want to continue the Railway series. That wasn't what he wanted to do. But he eventually did get worn down and decided to do it anyway, which is why we have this enormous gap between his books and his father's. And there's also the fact that he introduced a lot of really vital, great concepts. Like, here's the single biggest thing that Christopher did that we don't even think about, is the fact that you realize he could have ended the railway. He could have scrapped all the steam engines. He didn't have to keep them running into the 2000s. That was his idea to do that. Like, Wilbert, his last book was in, 1972? And really, when you think about it, that's tramway engines. That could be in 1962. So really, it's like 1970. And it's kind of like, it could have easily turned into like a preservation railway. It could have easily turned into like, okay, we retire half the engines, and then we kind of start running like kind of enthusiast trains and bring in mostly diesels. And like, Christopher could have taken that route. And maybe his father would have taken that route if he continued the railway series. But he didn't. Instead, he made the engines immortal forever. And that is something we all kind of draw from. This idea that the engines are still operating on Sodor today. That's kind of an idea we all carry with us. And we have Christopher to thank for that idea, because he didn't have to go that route, but he did. He made the engines immortal. And that's pretty valuable, I think.
I mean, Awdry technically did anyway, because like Skarloey, even in the books, is already like 100.
Yeah, but that's different, right? Like, I feel like if the Northwestern main line went diesel, like that, the Skarloey would not be affected, right? Because the Skarloey is like the Tally-Clym. It's like the same situation, where it's like it's this kind of branch railway that is kind of doing its own thing. It's sustained by tourism. It can keep on going forever. And, we know that because we can see it with its real life counterpart. Whereas with the Northwestern, there was no guarantee like that, right? That could have easily, petered out. Because, Awdry, like, literally dropped off right when the 70s began. That would have been the time that the railway slowly started to decline, but it didn't. Instead, Christopher kept the promise that steam will always be at work here. And that's pretty cool. Like, that's a really badass concept. There's a lot of stuff that Christopher came up with that the brand has kind of absorbed, and we've kind of absorbed without remembering that it came from him. Like, because he was very good at coming up with big, like, ideas, concepts that kind of made a lot of sense for the franchise. But he just didn't, like, do them a ton of justice. Like, you look at something like James and the Diesel Engines, and it's an amazing book, but he could have done a lot better of a job of going deep into James's character and the whole, like, diesel racism thing. And he could have he could have not put, isn't fire engine in there for some reason? Like, that doesn't need to be in there. That's like not even related, So it's like, if Wilbert had done it, he would have gone a lot deeper and probably done a better job of it. But the concept is really cool. The fact that, like, Christopher identifies
James. Didn't that book properly introduce, like, James as being, like, some massive diesel phobic? Because he doesn't really talk about it in the Awdry and, like, the Wilbert books.
It's more about from omission in the other books. It's the fact that in Wilbert's books, James never has the big changing moment. He's the most vicious out of all the racists during the, the diesel racism times. But then, like, Donald and Douglas are the second most vicious, and they get a line that very clearly states even they came around. but that never happens for James. James never gets his wrap up. And so that kind of implicitly implies that James just doesn't learn anything. And so Christopher picks up on that, and he's like, okay, this never really got resolved. The implication is James still feels this way, so I'm going to resolve it. And the fact that he noticed that means he studied and understood his father's work very well. It's just the fact that he wasn't nearly willing enough to tamper with it, I think, was his biggest thing. The fact that, like, Christopher could have made big, bold strokes and changes, but he just didn't, because he was nervous about, messing with what his father had built. So instead, he kept everything very intact. He was very, very careful about what he changed. And the Railway series was all about change under Wilbur. So, because of that, it kind of changed in character once Christopher took over. That's, I think, how people think it's stagnant and boring, is because it doesn't take many risks.
Hold on.
And Douggie has vanished. But that is okay. We shall wait for them. OJ is in pieces. What are people saying? The horrid lorries are railway racists, says Steam Engines United. Yeah, they definitely are. Donald and Douglas need to be canceled for being racist to diesels. I think they, yeah.
My dog started barking. I'm sorry.
That is okay. A-okay. Station Master Productions says that Donald and Douglas need to be canceled for their diesel racism. What do you say, Dougie?
I'm gonna pioneer it. I'm gonna pioneer the canceling.
Oh, wow. Imagine
I think I used the wrong word, but you know what? Fuck it. We're going with pioneering. Anyway, reading the lore again, because that's what we were supposed to do.
Yes. Return to the lore.
Lore time. All right, back to the lore, guys. Okay. In 1864, Rheneas gets a cab. This is the most important thing about this year, by the way. The wharf, and the quarry, plus Rheneas and Skarloey Station, are built by I wonder who. I wonder who built them.
I wonder very heavily as well. I think it was Proteus.
Yes, Proteus. Way before his class was even built. Yeah, he just built it.
He built it because Proteus does everything, right? He does it all.
Yes. That one character from that one obscure hitter episode. Yep, he did it all.
He did it all. He really did it all. That's my subtle take. That's my headcanon for your headcanon. Not really. I would not recommend. Are
people going to start making headcanons based on my headcanon? Oh boy.
Maybe. If we read it all to them, then it'll be burned into their heads, and they may very well.
Station Master Productions just said, all right, fuck it. Let me laugh again. Proteus took my girlfriend. This is so sad, guys. Post some F's in the chat. Headcanonception.
$100 for this microphone, and it lets me down constantly. It's one of these ridiculously unreliable Blue Yeti Nanos. Everyone's like, "Oh, get the Blue Yeti! Get the Blue Yeti! It's so good." Mine isn't. The little power cord on the bottom, you jiggle it, just a millimeter, and it will like get confused and pop right out and then eject me from the stream, because apparently you're not allowed to be in a voice chat only live stream without a voice chat. Who would have guessed? So as a result, I keep getting tossed out of my own stream like a common fool. So there's my rant. Please rank my rant, Dougie.
I will not.
I was really hoping for a rating so I could know how to improve my rants in the future. Hero of the Japanese Train replied, Proteus is my girlfriend. All right. That takes the cake.
Wait, that means Station Master Productions they adhere the Japanese trade.
Does it? I think we need a mystery
Yeah,
board.
because Station Master Production said earlier that Proteus took his girlfriend.
Proteus took his. Let me think this out. Proteus took his girlfriend. That I guess what we're assuming here is that there's only 3 people in play. All right. Well, there we go.
Well, who said that? Look, all I'm saying.
No one did.
There are multiple Proteuses.
Wangan Drivers says, "Let me, you commoner. Disgusting." Well then, I see how it is.
Alright, anyway. Back to the lore, am I right, fellas?
I think you are right.
Alright. So I put the old bridge, and like, you know, a bunch of the stories where like Scarloy and Renee are like children. So basically the hit era, during this time period. So essentially just in between just the 1860s, that's essentially just all the hit era stories.
That's really cool.
What else is cool of all these years?
I feel like that like works very cleanly, honestly, because there's like a lot of stories are like that. Honestly, it's the same thing with a lot of the standard gauge stuff. Is that like you could easily place it in like the 40s or 50s because it's just like the first like 6 engines. Like, you know, because of
you are gonna have to work around Emily, but yeah.
Yeah, that's true. There are days that I really wish Emily arrived earlier for a lot of reasons. Largely because she's such an old engine. It's weird that she arrived so late. It's like if she just arrived in 1910, that would be wonderful. That would be simplify things dramatically.
Bro, she could be like a Tidmouth, Ellsbridge, and whatever. I forgot what the rail was called.
She could, but that would be most of the engines were so teeny weeny. I'm not sure if she'd fit the bill. She's too great because she's the Gordon of her era, right? She's pretty immense. So I don't know if that would work out.
I mean, you can't put her on the. I mean, maybe you could put her on the Wellsworth and Sodor. I don't know. I mean, those are all 060 tank engines, though.
Yeah, it's interesting how they like everybody misses that. They like nobody seems to know the facts about the Wellsworth and Sudbury engines. They're like we know like 3 things about them. We know roughly when they had to have been built because of when the railway started. We know that there were 4 of them, and we know that they were all 060s. So Wild Nor'Wester ignored at least 2 of those.
The owner of the Wellsworth and Sudbury made sure when like they were getting engines, make sure they're 060s, or I will fire all of you.
Did he have to fire all of them? Well,
all right. Anyway, back to the lore. Keltor is built in 1865. That mark your calendars, guys. Side is built in 1866. I cannot wait for that. The next year, Cosney Curran, or however you say it, I do not care, is built the next year. So, yeah. Now you guys know.
Wait a minute. Cosney Curran was built after Lakeside.
Yes.
How?
Yes.
Is it just that the line went through the town, but they didn't officially build the station until then?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm relieved. Phew, that was close. I was beginning to think that Cosney Curran was north of Lakeside or something. That would be something, wouldn't it?
Why does everyone keep saying hi to you, but not me?
I don't know. Say hello to Douggie. Here, maybe
Please say hello to me.
Here, I'm gonna exit existence, everyone. Everyone say hello to Doug.
Now you have to say hello to me. I see no hellos in chat. Have you all just like ignored Lemmy? Okay. Why do people keep spelling my name wrong? It's on screen. It's 2 G's. It's 2 G's. 2 G's. It's not very hard.
I love how right after I left and you're like I demand that you say hello to me. They started saying hello and you were like, oh hi. Like you got so like you became so humble in like 2 seconds. You're like,
Oh, okay. What's my favorite season? Well, that's a my favorite season is the Railway series.
that's not a season.
I can dream, damn it.
My favorite season is fall because that's when James slips on the leaves.
That's the only notable thing about fall.
Yeah.
Well, to actually answer the question properly, for nostalgia reasons, I'd say Series 6 because like that was the first season I saw. If I was to answer it without bias, I would say Season 6.
It's really interesting how like it makes a lot of sense what I saw first. I think it was maybe season 2 or it was a mixture. The thing is I saw like all the first 5 seasons at once, and that's because that's all that existed when I was born. And then shortly afterwards season 6 and 7 came out, and so I saw those. So I have strong attachments to those as well. But it's interesting to me when somebody like has memories of like the younger that Thomas fans get in this community, the more arbitrary it is what seasons they'll actually be introduced to first. Like it's not just because of your age, probably. It's like because of what releases you had at your disposal, I'd imagine.
Master, how do you feel about that?
Lemmy is old. Look, old people are like 70, okay? Even 50 isn't old.
Well, I mean, never actually confirmed.
I don't know what
age.
all the people who are like, oh my god, Hero of the Rails was 10 years ago. I'm old. Like everyone who says that, what is going to happen when they turn like 40? Are they just going to combust like into like a ball of fire? What happens when they turn 50? Are they just going to turn to dust? Just like, float away on the wind? Like they just can't handle it. We're not old. No one here is old. I mean, maybe someone is. If anyone here is 70, let me know. I want to.
Oliver, I don't feel so good.
Juan Gun Driver says, Lemmy can vouch for me on this. I'm old. I have gray hairs and I'm 18. I can vouch for this. But that doesn't make you old at the same time, Jay. It makes you gray haired. So there. Makes you classy. That's what it is. It's class. Well, that's what that is.
Just get some. Everyone's saying they're 70 now.
I am 70 years. Not I am 70 years old. I'm 70 years. I am the embodiment of a 70-year period. All the same, I'm going to be turning 20 in 4 years, says Useful Engine 11. That's such a convoluted calculation.
I mean, if you're 70 right now and you're going to be 20, then like, man.
I mean, you gotta pick up the pace, and that doesn't really add up, I dare say.
Bro, I mean, I wish I could go backwards in age.
That'd be pretty impressive. I'm 102 years old, says Will Thomas 199.
Oh no, you won't be able to play a wooden railway anytime soon.
Yeah, I feel bad for you. Jesus Christ. 2 to 102.
I don't. Take along your superior.
Time is up. I'm glad that Prince Philip never reached the point where he couldn't play with Wooden Railway anymore. At least there's that. At least there's that.
He may have died, but at least he can't. He could, at least he died still being able to play with Wooden Railway.
That means if you die before 102, that means that in the afterlife you're allowed to play with Wooden Railway. If you die at 103, then forever you are banned from using TWR. That's just how it works. Don't fact check it. That's just how it works.
I mean, how can you fact check? Fucking hell. Okay. Okay. Back to the lore that I was supposed to read. But anyway. In 1873. Oh, you're back.
Yeah, I am back. I'm sorry. Are you starting the lore without me? I'm kind of shocked. I'll be honest.
Well, you were gone, and I was like, well, there's not much to talk about. So, okay.
Let me just turn to 102. Says here the Japanese trade. Yeah, I did.
All right, awesome. So anyway,
Douggie, watch your fucking language, says Jay.
I'm really fucking sorry, man. I really just didn't fucking mean it,
Oh my god. Jesus
Christ.
Fuck,
I'm gonna get the police called on me because I said a bad fucking word. Fuck.
Reading 3640 Studios. Who is the oldest in the fandom in age? We've got to have
as opposed to what?
In what category? Like oldest in terms of there is no other age means something very specific. This reminds me of a debate I had with William Politeski years ago. Him and I, this was early on in our friendship. We were debating about
mean Will Thomas 199?
No, I mean William Politeski.
No, I know, that's the joke.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm slow. So Will Politeski, right? He was trying to argue that Mavis. We were debating when tramway engines takes place, 1962 or 1972, and my argument was, well, the book describes Mavis as young, right? So her class was built in 1961 or something. So it would kind of have to be 1962 because she wouldn't be young otherwise, right? Well, Will's argument was, well, I think what Awdry meant was not young, like young at heart is I think what he meant. Like she behaves young. And I'm like, okay, but he didn't say that. He said young. He said she's young and full of her own
Percy
ideas.
is described as young, and he's older than the majority of characters. He's older than Thomas.
Is Percy ever described as young? He acts young, but is he ever?
What is the first word that comes to your mind when someone says Percy, other than like kind or cheeky or some shit?
I'm ashamed to say Avonside is the first word that comes to my mind.
I thought it was Avonside.
Well, I've always said Avonside. Avonside might make more sense.
You're wrong.
Well, you're right.
Thanks. I know.
Sam is here in St. Edward. Douggie, our king and overlord, may I join the StreamYard, but not in the actual stream? Why do people want to do that? Why? I don't understand.
Why would you join the StreamYard, but not?
Yeah, that's like I don't really get that. Oh, hey Lemmy, what's your favorite Rusty Cage song? Why? This is a very interesting question. Did somebody see like a Rusty Cage in the background of my tutorial or something? It's the station pilot asking. I love If All Should Fail. That's a really good song. It's really, really good. There's another one too that I kept playing over and over again. The Lives of Flies. That's another really good one. I've alienated Douggie. I'm now talking.
I don't know what we're talking about anymore.
I'm sorry. I've alienated you. I've turned you into an alien.
May we discuss my lore again?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Why not?
We go into we're like, okay, let's talk about Dougie's lore, and then we go on a 20-minute tangent, and then we bring up some random thing.
Well, I
the
think that
lore
means
again, and then
the lore is inspiring ideas. That's what it's doing. The lore is spawning more lore. The real lore.
For fuck's sake, stop barking!
The real lore is the lore that you and I have made along the way. That's the real lore.
I was gonna make that joke. Oh, damn it, Lenny.
Well, your dog barked, so sorry. You lost your opportunity.
God damn it, dog. Shut up, dog. I'm straight balling.
All right, proceed with the lore.
Hang on, I just gotta go say sorry to my dog before he starts crying. I'm sorry, I didn't. Alright, cool. All hurt feelings have been fixed, you know? Alright, so 1873, Glennock is built. In 1880, the mid-Sodor is opened, only having Duke there. It only went up to Marfway.
Can I just say, I love that you don't say Glennock Station is built. You just say Glennock, as if they erected the entire town that year. They're like, all right, we need a new town, folks. Build it from the ground up.
I just assumed everyone knew I meant the station. Unless...
Oh God, please. Whatever you're about to suggest. Careful.
Alright, anyway, back to the lore. In 1881, Jim arrives, and the mid-Sodor is expanded up to Arlesdale.
I can't believe we have a mid-Sodor called Jim. I mean, I can believe it because I've known it for like 11 years, but still, it's like Jim. What kind of a name is Jim? Like, and that's his full name is James. Like, we already have a James. Not fair. Unfair. Unfit.
Well, we have 2 Olivers. We have like multiple Berts. We have multiple.
We have like 7 Berts. It's just they're all masquerading as
right. So there's the Fat Controller in the TV series. There's Bertie, Bert,
I think
Bertram, Albert. Oh yeah, right. There is 7.
Bert of Aryan Bert. Wow. Oh, look at that. You know what I think? I think there's only one Bert. I think Bertie is just an amazing character actor, and he's been doing his best role of all time for the last like
even before he was built. Even before he was built in like
that's right
the 40s.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You know, in fact, Bertie is not even the original. It's Albert or something is the first one, and he's just slowly been inventing new characters and fooling everybody. That's been his whole thing. That's what I think.
Everyone wondered where Furness Railway Bert went, and just he's been Bertie the bus the whole time.
Mm-hmm. I've got to write down
when the bus is sus.
I've got a list of times that I write down when I get up every day. When did I get up today? I don't know. 10:30? That can't be.
I will check message history when I started spamming you. I did spam his messages, by the way. That was my favorite part of the day.
Yes, it's a vital part of any Lemmy stream is that you have to harass me in order to.
He woke up to Henry Gordon, just by the way.
Henry Gordon, yeah, that's exactly what happened. They sent me a picture of. You all know that it wasn't even the good one. It wasn't even the one from season 4. It was the one from the new series. The Henry with Gordon's face. That's the first thing I saw in the morning. That's what colored my entire existence today. How could I be exposed to that? And while I was only half conscious, I thought I could trust you, Douggie. And then you present that to me. I am beyond words.
So proud.
Oh, good Lord.
You woke up at 3 for me, so that would have been like 7 for you.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, but there's also the fact that I went back to sleep and then got back up again and then went back to sleep and got back up again. So I think the official time is like, I'm going to call it 10 a.m. I'm going to say that's the safe bet. What is written on this?
All right. Anyway, I accidentally. All right, I closed the lore tab. God damn it, Lenny. I blame you. Um. Okay.
Sometimes,
Where were we?
sometimes I just get blamed for things that aren't my fault, and I just laugh. I don't even like confront it. I'm just like, you're right. You found me out.
All right. In 1883, the Mid-Sodor was expanded up to Ulfstead Road. Road. I said road.
All
Yeah.
right. Okay.
You have no that I didn't say otherwise.
Right.
In 1884, in Tim arrives. Good old Timothy.
What is it? Will
In
Thomas
1887. In 1887, the Mid-Sodor is expanded to King Ori's Road. I mean bridge. I said bridge. You have no proof that I said road, okay?
I feel like I have a little bit of proof. I feel like you've said road enough times that I could either like put it on stations. I could just edit this so that I could put that on the end of sentences you don't want it there, or just take it out of sentences you did say it.
Well, I'm no longer going to say that word.
It's kind of too late. I've already got like 7 occurrences of you saying road.
Well, you know what, Lenny? If you take it in the stream, then you won't.
Well, all right. That's a solid argument. God,
Example.
Matt just said,
All right.
You are presented with an 1800s American locomotive funnel, one of the giant diamond-shaped ones. You must place the funnel on one engine on Sodor. Who gets the funnel? This is serious. Percy wouldn't look
It's life or death.
So Gordon obviously not. Henry obviously not. Edward would look fine with it, actually. I feel like Edward would look totally natural with one of those. He'd just look like an American. I mean, it depends on the Edward we're talking about. If he looks like a K2, he would really rock a diamond funnel. Matt says Toby.
I can just imagine him like coming into like Wellsworth Sheds and like Boko's just like, Edward, have you got a haircut? You could say so.
It's a little bit more than that. More like I've grown it out, actually. Oh God.
I did think you looked a bit sus. Laugh.
See, now I'm picturing like there's a lot of scenes, probably not this one in particular. But there's a lot of scenes on Sodor now that have a Bert in the background that's very suspicious. Like if Bertie was in the background of any scene in the show that Bertie or Bert or Bertram or any other character is in, if they're all the same guy, then that means he's just like kind of nervously sitting there trying to keep up the act at all times, which is very unsettling to me. If the Fat Controller walked in at that,
sometimes he can have a conversation with himself. If the Fat Controller talks directly to Bertie.
That's true, but have we ever seen that happen?
Well, you know why the Fat Controller disappeared in Toby's discovery? He had to transform into Bertram.
That makes perfect sense. Please stop scaring me. Insane Edward says, put the full-sized funnel for a standard gauge engine on Mike. All right. Well, that's pretty scary. Any of the Skarloey Railway...
You know what? I'm going to write a story just dedicated to Mike having like a massive fucking funnel.
He just falls over. Like 3 seconds into the story, he just falls on his side and he can't get up for the rest of it.
He comes at the works and it's like some like grand reveal and then he falls over. He's like, but help.
He's just upside down in like the in like the transfer table, and then like the thing turns on and it like just kind of slides and then like pushes him over to the edge of it, and it's like just kind of like just laying there helplessly with his funnel all smashed up, and then they just kind of they ignore him. They just move on. It's probably what I'm guessing.
Mike, and like all of the engines just go past him and just go, Mike, it's only Monday. What the fuck?
It's only Monday. Yeah, we can't afford this shit today, Mike. Come on.
You could have chosen any other day, but of course you chose Monday.
Oh,
Ugh, I
Christ.
hate Mondays.
Wow. Got a regular Garfield right here. Regular Garfield, everyone.
Rex is just. I love the fact that Rex is the oldest out of all of the engines. Like I don't know why I associated it with Bert, but he's the youngest out of the trio.
What? No. Oh, don't do this to me.
Yeah, Bert's
no.
the youngest.
Bert's the oldest.
He's not.
Oldest. Bert. Oldest. Yeah.
Mike. All right, so we're both agreed that Mike is the middle
No,
child.
wait. Bert was a tank engine originally. Ha! I win.
Well, no, he wasn't.
Yeah, I was. Look up the pictures. Look up Muriel, River Ert, and then Muriel, the past.
Well, you know what? Shut up.
This is disgusting. Floating vessels. Is this really you, or is this some sort of spam artist?
Oh, I've just read it. Oh no.
I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt and say that that's some sort of spam person. Let's see. Matt says,
Remember
I guess
when Douggie forced me to adopt car into my vocabulary? Oh yeah, I bullied him into saying far car.
far car.
That's how you're supposed to pronounce it.
What? Far car?
Yeah, I don't remember where it was said, but like I think Christopher might have said it on like a website or something. Like, oh yeah, Awdry pronounced it like far car, and now the fandom was like, oh my fucking god, it's not far car. And I'm a Chad, and I'm pronouncing it correctly.
Huh. I mean, that sounds way more natural, Farquhar, than like Farquhar, especially because of how it's like spelled. Like, are we really supposed to assume what's the H there for exactly? If it really is just Farquhar, like
I'm assuming. I just always assumed it was like Sodor shit.
yeah,
TM.
but that probably must mean something, or else it's like Farquad Station, says Matt.
I have made that joke about 4 times. I'm so proud of myself. You know, we could just do the season 5 way and call it Farquhar.
No. What is wrong with Alec Baldwin? What's wrong with it?
I think Michael Angelis did it too.
Really? I don't believe it. I'm gonna listen.
I don't remember. I refuse to watch it again because it's just so fucking boring.
Let's see. Ba. If you hadn't said that, I wouldn't even remember what episode that's from. Ba. Okay, I just typed in Ba without typing in anything else, and the result was it was not Thomas. I'll tell you that much.
There is a lot to balance, but Grammarly ensures.
Yeah, that's definitely not Thomas. I can tell you that.
In summer.
Indeed.
Well, that's Alec Baldwin silly.
All right, let's see. I found the U.S. I need the UK. UK, please.
Need the superior dub. Well, fuck YouTube. Also, no, we're not going to debate. We're not going to debate. We already know the UK dub is superior.
No, it's not.
Well, it's more realistic since the show takes place in Britain.
No, I don't know if it's more realistic. Is it? Does everyone on Sodor sound like Michael Angelis? Like each and every one of them? Like, here's the thing. It's already like you have to suspend your imagination because they don't all sound the same. In the same way that like if it was going to be realistic, it should be like Tugs, where all the characters have different voice actors, and it's like.
Man, I wish I could have went to Japan and watched Thomas having multiple voice actors in the model era.
That would be amazing. That's like so cool. How does that even work? It's like the fact that I guess you could just do that. You could just have the narration in play. Did they get rid of all the said Thomas, said Duck, that sort of thing? Did they just like remove that? Because like they don't need it.
I just
That's
Well,
crazy.
yeah, because you can tell who's talking. Unless you're just really stupid.
Yeah.
Thomas, we can tell. Toby laughed. The docks are full of fish, not flat. Sniff ducks.
All right, I'm almost there.
Sniff Thomas. The ducks. That's the ducks. He was too tired. Farquhar said.
All right.
My favorite station is for Farquhar.
Oh, he does say it. What? I wonder if there was like a typo in the script. I wonder if it was like spelled Farquhar, like Farquhar, literally. Like if they put an accidental A between the F's, maybe.
The Farquhar.
Sure. Okay. Farquhar.
It's Farquhar. Adapt to this.
Farquhar. George Carlin is so overrated, says Josh Productions 07. I don't think so. I think he's really good. Really solid.
I think he's all right. He's probably the best narrator in my opinion. No, this is not up for discussion.
I think I'm not sure. It's my favorite narrator is either Alec Baldwin or George Carlin. I lean towards Alec Baldwin. I think he's my favorite.
My favorite is Michael Angelis.
Josh Productions 07 says the guy who played Top Hat is a legend. Yeah. Yeah, he is.
What is his name? I'm sure the Tugs wiki says it, and I cannot be bothered to research it.
I think John Baddeley, something like. I think that's my guess. I think I read the names the other day. That's who voiced.
Weirdly, the only voice actor guy who did Mighty Mo, Timothy Basin, or whatever. It's Timothy B something.
Yeah, Timothy
Be nice.
I'm going to be honest. Why the heck did we need a different dub? For other countries that makes sense, but the US and UK, we all speak English here, says Useful Engine 11. I agree, but I also don't, because it is kind of cool to have like an American voice one. I don't know why. When I was younger, I felt that way, but now, I don't know. It would be sad to not have Alec Baldwin and George Carlin and stuff. Like, they're really cool. There's something about it. It's cool.
What would the world come to without Michael Brandon, honestly? What would the world come to without Michael Brandon?
I don't know. I do not know. I honestly, I really do.
Society would just collapse, honestly.
He serves a much more vital role than I think any of us realize. But I honestly do love, his narration. Like, the thing is, I don't like it if I hear it for like episodes that I didn't grow up with for it. Like, if I hear New Friends for Thomas voiced by Michael Brandon, I don't like that. Like, I prefer Michael Angelis for that. But like Michael Brandon, for the vast majority of the series, I'm used to him. So, I prefer him for those episodes.
We've just neglected the lore again.
Yeah, we have.
All right. 1899. That's where we got to. Okay. The first S&M engine was scrapped, and Mr. Mac or whatever the fuck his name is.
So you just
steps down.
You skip right over Edward's construction, huh? Don't even mention it. Tisk tisk.
I don't really care about when the engines were constructed, because it's like, if I'm doing Edward and I'm doing Thomas, I'm gonna have to write down when fucking big city engine. I don't want to, because I'm one of those. I'm one of those people.
Well, Big City Engine. No one cares when Big City Engine was built, except Dustin. Dustin cares. Only Dustin. Dustin's the only person who cares.
Well, I care too. Hashtag Big City Engine Lives Matter.
Okay, never mind. I guess everyone cares. You know what? I'll be honest. I care. I lied. I care like a whole lot. I care
Awesome.
profoundly.
All right. Anyway, back to the awesome war that everyone loves. In 1900, Atlas arrives on the mid-Sodor. The mentioned railway is built. Awdry dies. Lol.
Out of nowhere. Just that just happens.
I remember I
feel
showed you the
like
lore, and
barely
like,
got
that
to
was
know
one of the notable things that you had to bring up about it.
Yeah. Awdry dies. Lol. The lol is what gets me. I don't think that's an adequate reaction to Awdry's death. I feel like it should
Exactly.
It shouldn't really be that. It shouldn't be more like, oh no. Let's press F. Let's press F for the one guy who jumped out.
You know,
of the carriage.
honestly, I would love for the fact that if Awdry wrote in the iOS book, Awdry is dead. Oh no! In explanation mark.
The station pilot says it's gonna take us a good few years to get to the end of the goddamn lore. That's true.
You're not wrong. When Railway Edward said, "Lamau, the Awdry engine died, idiot."
I mean,
What
Awdry
an idiot.
He was kind of an idiot, I'll be honest. I mean, he should have been more careful.
I mean, he is an idiot, honestly, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. It's true, and I don't think any of us can deny it, really. We could try.
All right, anyway, in 1901, Neil and the third S&M engine fucking die. The third S&M engine, like, I think Awdry states this in the iOS book where, like, one of them, he probably would have said it was Neil, so I'm assuming it's the third one. Like, just essentially worked itself to bits, and I really love that concept. So,
Yeah.
Just imagine the scene in Hero the Rails where Hero just, like, does the exact same thing, but, like, you know,
yeah,
the third
literally
engine.
a major breakdown on the main line, like in motion. That would actually be pretty great. Like I've always had this notion about the S&M that it's the cruelest of the three Sodor railways, the standard gauge ones, because it's like it just seems like they, like, for one thing, they scrapped all their engines before like 1900 or something like that, and it's like that's so like intense. Like the other railways didn't do that, to my knowledge. There's not even any reason for us to believe the Wellsworth and Sudbury engines were ever scrapped. They might just still be on the network. But like the S&M was just like, all right, the company's going under. Kill them all, shoot them all, line them up and shoot them. It's like, Jesus Christ, oh my God, like what kind of control?
I think what it meant by like work to bits is like, oh, it was the engine was trying to prove itself to not get scrapped, and like it just fell to bits, and then they were like, lol, and then left.
That's interesting. Is that the idea that it's like kind of it would rather just drive itself to pieces than to kind of give up and be like, all right, well, the railway's closing. Instead, so it's more like the kind of the dedication of this one engine, this, and the kind of denial, that just the outright kind of refusal that the railway is going to fail, and then it fails. You know, it's kind of like, imagine if instead of Duke kind of going, you know, and admitting that the railway was closing and then being put in the shed, instead he just kept on working and eventually just blew up or something. Like, that's kind of like the equivalent. That's
Bulldog, but Sir Handel actually. Bulldog, but Sir Handel dies.
Oh my God. Bulldog, but Duke dies. So like he's pulling on him.
Bulldog, but the entire train falls in the mountain.
He pulls so hard that he like breaks the coupling, and then he like kind of comes off the rails and then falls like behind Sir Handel off the cliff and takes the whole train with him, but Sir Handel's still there. Like he's like, oh, I didn't go. I'm still here. Duke, you okay? And a loud explosion. Jesus.
Duke, are you okay? And then you can just hear like Duke screaming in the background.
If Sir Handel had fallen down the mountain, he would have crashed into like the sheds. He would have tumbled like into the yard. That's the worst thing.
I can, because like, oh wait, no, wait. The story takes place in like 1906 or something. So like, I don't know. Just imagine Jim just shunting in the yard, just going around his day, and then just fucking like some blue saddle tank engine just falls on your line. What the fuck are you meant to do?
It's like Rusty with Boulder, except a lot weirder, and Sir Handel would not be moving after that. That would be awful. Can you imagine that? If you're just getting up in the morning, coming out of the sheds, and then an engine just hits the ground in front of you and explodes into like 100 pieces? That would be the worst
Like,
thing.
Jim just wakes up that day and goes, I wonder what adventures awaits me today. And then you just hear Sir Handel falling down the hill like, ah!
That's almost as bad as waking up to Gordon Henry. That's like almost, it's like within a hair of badness. That's like pretty close, I'll be honest.
Gordon Henry? What?
The station pilot says, don't pop that squat, Lemmy. You don't want to end up like Godred. Are these two things connected? Because this will
Don't give
really,
him reasons to not pop a squat.
this will go a long way as to convince me against popping that squat, I must say. I didn't realize I could end up like Godred. I'm shocked. I'm never going to pop
news. It's fake news. It's fake news.
Is that what it is? It doesn't seem all that fake to me. Seems legit. Seems in order right away.
He hasn't listed sources. Station pilot has not listed their sources.
Well, they should. List your sources. Go on. What are the sources?
Yes, please list your sources.
All the sources. Give it.
While you do that, I shall continue reading my lore.
Lore. Carry on. Right away, guard.
All right. So, in 1902, the Wellsworth and Sodor is built as the replacement Sodor and mainland. Now I named the engines, so their names are Edgar, Cecil, and Walter. They arrived, being numbered 1, 2, and 3, obviously. And obviously Wellsworth, Sodor, and Brendan docks are built. So you know. Now you know.
Now I know. Now are Brendan
In
docks built on the spot, or are they developed for the railway?
Ask the question again.
So are Brendan docks there already, but they're just like developed for the railway, or is it literally that's when the harbor?
Brendan docks. Well, a lot of the docks existed already, but they were just added. They added tracks, and then good old fucking Cecil could show up to the docks and like, "What's up, party people?"
Is that his full name? Good old fucking Cecil. That's what
his nameplate says.
It's like Wilbert's nameplate. How it says the Reverend W. Awdry, and then Wilbert. Like it's got like a bunch of words on there in small print. That's like what his nameplate is like.
It just says above the word Cecil. It just says this motherfucker.
Or alternatively, it's like one of those really long like Dominion of Canada nameplates on A4s, but it just goes all the way across like the entire side of the engine, you know, to the point of even walling the driver inside of the cab. Like it's just a really
the driver
long...
has to knock every time he gets out the cab because the nameplate is so long.
Oh my god. Good lord. I approve of this.
All right, back to the lore.
Yes, back to the lore.
All right, so in 1903, good old John arrives to the Mid-Sodor. Then, on the Wellsworth and Sodor alternatively, Vincent, the fourth one, arrives, and Great Waterton is given tracks, and Crosby Station is built. Yep. Mm-hmm.
So this one's Crosby Station rather than just Crosby. Does it actually say station, or did you just retroactively add that in order to prevent confusion?
Shut the fuck up, Lenny. All right, so in 1905. 1905, John, after being on the railway for like 2 years, just fucking dies. And,
That's
and then Albert the First, or just Albert, uh, wait, I just read the chat. Okay, station pilot said, my source, my cool older high school best friend forever, Sam Wilkinson.
my cool older high school. What? Okay, cool. Yeah, Sam Wilkinson is pretty cool.
You know, you gotta love and hate this fandom sometimes, you know?
Yeah, you gotta love and hate it all the time, even. Wooden Railway Edward asks,
All right.
okay, where the hell is Great Waterton? Asks Wooden Railway Edward. Let's answer this
Do
question.
you mean located in Douggie lore? Well, it's located near the wharf, like it is in the show.
Wooden Railway Edward says, okay, what? I would like more info on the death of John.
You don't get to learn about Jonathan. Jonathan is dead. That's all you get. I don't want to spoil anything. He's just dead. That's all you get to know. All right. Albert the First, or Albert, or whatever, arrives as John's replacement. So, in 1906, Atlas breaks down, and the S&M being, not the S&M, the mid-Sodor being such chads, don't bother to repair him. So they just get Alfred, not the B12.
Bother. They just, that's really.
It's too expensive to fix you, Atlas, so I just bought an engine that looks exactly like you.
That would be so upsetting. Can you imagine that? Like, if someone just like they bought like an exact replica of you, and they're just like, okay, we're gonna use this one now. You enjoy the shed. Like,
imagine how awkward it would be as well for like Alfred, just like to meet Albert, not Albert.
That would be terrible.
Why are all the mid-Sodor engines start with A? Like, what the fuck?
Why is it that they've all got such simple names? Is what I want to know. But then I guess
probably
all
because Wilbert was just like. Wilbert probably came up with them on the spot. It was probably the same thing that he did with like Edward or something. Like someone's just like, so what is that green pram called? Jim. Okay.
Yeah, like it's interesting though because the mid-Sodor is like that, but like there's a lot of really creative names too. Like all the Skarloey engines have really creative names. The like and like the original 3 on the mid-Sodor, which aren't really the original 3, but the ones that we care about, Duke, Stuart, Falcon, they all have like really good names. But then the rest are just like, okay, Jim, John.
Well, Stuart and Falcon are just named after the designers, which probably didn't take Awdry that long.
I guess that's true. Yeah. Well, who produced Jim? The Jim Locomotive Company. Yes, Jim.
I'm fairly certain. Oh my god, my dog is barking at me again. Stop. Right. Anyway, I'm fairly certain that like Jim is meant to be like built by the same person who built Peter Sam. So like, her Stuart or whatever, however you say it. I don't care.
Yeah.
Which also means that Tim and whatever the fuck the red engine is called.
You got to hand it to the Awdrys. They didn't stoop so low as to name one of the locomotives Matt, says Taj. I don't see any problem with that. I mean, it doesn't seem very...
I mean, a lot of OCs are named like Matthew or fucking Lewis.
Yeah. True. Dougie's dog is going to eat Lemmy, says Wooden Railway Edward. Is that true?
He will. My dog will. I will take. Next time I need to spy on you, I will bring my dog. Stop! What have you done? Never mind. No need for concern, guys.
Creative Master 5 says the steam engine for its size is the fastest craft on land, and the Northwestern engines are the power behind the docks, yards, and stations that make up the island of Sodor. This is steam engines.
Damn, you really got to do the diesel engines like that.
Yeah, true. Not fair. Not fair at all. They should
Yeah,
have named
Diesel
they
10
should-
will riot.
Diesel 10 will riot. He'll do his Day of the Diesels thing. He'll do his big takeover. Occupy Steamworks movement.
It's good song.
Taj
The
says,
Day of
Lenny,
the Diesel song is good, and this is not up for debate, by the way.
it is good. Am I the only one who thinks Rolling Thunder sounds like Diesel 10's rock band? It's like that sounds like
it's like his heavy metal band with like Diesel
no, exactly.
and like
It's like
Ben Dart and
his original name was like Heavy Metal Monster, but then that didn't quite work out. So instead, he turned it into Rolling Thunder. It's a little bit softer.
damn you,
But yeah,
test audience.
I feel like Diesel 10 would be on the drums for some reason, and then like Dem
I mean,
would
he
be
already has a claw, so he could just play the drums or just add drum.
Yeah, true. Insane Edward says, Lemmy, I'm going insane, Edward. The only thing that will save me is to be added to the stream. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if we're adding people.
Back to the lore.
Yeah. True.
So Atlas is used for like spare parts for whenever Alfred is like, oh heck nah, think my side rod's a bit broken, you know? And then they're like, okay, Atlas, come here, boy.
Come here. That's very unsettling.
Come here. Let me remove your side rod.
Oh, Jesus.
The mid-Sodor is it's very grim, and we don't really talk about this that much.
I think we do. I think about it a lot. The fact that the mid-Sodor, I mean, it's a really dark rail. Just the idea that like engines come and engines go, but goes on forever. Like, where are they coming and going to? Well, they're all just being scrapped or sold, or it's like it's really very grim. I mean, compared to like most railways on the island, which seem to retain their engines forever after getting them. It was a big deal when Henry alone was like threatened with being sent away. But on the mid-Sodor, it's just like, well, yeah, that's what you do. Just get a new, replace an engine every 2 years. That's how we run things around here. Like, Christ.
I bet when like, Sir Handel and Peter Sam arrived on like the Skarloey Railway, they must have just assumed that Rheneas had been sent away and wasn't just like at the works or something.
That's really an interesting idea, actually. They might assume that. They might think like, okay, he's gone permanently. And Skarloey would be like, what? No, he's coming back. He's coming back eventually. And Sir Handel would just be like, I beg your pardon? Why wouldn't they just get a new one? And like, Skarloey would be horrified, right? But that's the thing. Falcon and Stewart have grown up with this mentality of like, yeah, I mean, when an engine gets old, you just replace them, right? And it doesn't, they're not happy about it, but like that's kind of the life that they've led. And so it's like
I can imagine Sir Handel or something just saying like, well, look, if it's broken, don't fix it. Just get a new one.
Yeah, exactly, right.
Just get a new Rheneas. Who cares?
Yeah, it's like just give the name to the new one, and that'll do. You give him the number. Just
call me Rheneas. I'm the new Rheneas.
Skarloey would slap.
Hello, brother. How was work today? I don't care.
It's interesting how Skarloey and Rheneas are named after locations on the line, whereas like Sir Handel and Peter Sam.
No, it's the opposite way around. Skarloey forced them to name the entire railway and like a station and a quarry after him, or he would riot.
And a quarry. Why would he want the quarry? That's the part.
Because it's like where they get half of their money.
True. It's like
right. Anyway, it's like
it is like I'll be honest. I don't really have anything left to say. I was kind of flying blind, but once you started up the lore, I was like, okay, well, that I don't have to say something now. I was trying to come up with
so. Also in 1906, okay, so the Tidmouth, Knapford, and Ellsbridge Light Railway is built, having Glen, and like the other two engines that I cannot be bothered to name, and so they won't be named. So yeah, Tidmouth, Knapford, Ellsbridge are obviously constructed. Who would have thought? But also Tidmouth Harbour is because that exists. Lol. So in 1907, the lead mines and Tory Rex Station, and I almost said for Farquhar. I'm so disappointed. Farquhar are built during 1907. God, the lore just gets really bare bone where it's just like, oh yeah, station was built this year. You can go home now.
Yeah, you go home now. Yeah, because we just built
Right.
it.
In 1908, Lord Tidmouth is built. In oh god, right. In 1909, Freddie arrives on the SR, or that's the abbreviation. Okay. And Wellsworth Scrapyard is also open that year. No correlation, I promise.
Okay. All right. I believe you.
In 1911, Dryall Airfield and the station itself are built. You could only go to Sodor on a boat.
Well then. Pretty good for the boat industry.
I just remembered a joke I put in my lore, and I'm so proud of it.
What is it?
In 1914, World War I happens, making all of the Sodor railways close down because they were like, "Oh heck, no, I don't want to fight, lol." And I put, "Damn you, Freddy, it's your fault." What did Freddy do? What did Freddy do?
He caused the war. He was good pal. He was good pal.
He just talked to the Germans and was like, "Yo, we should just start a war," and they were like, "Yeah."
He got him too riled up. He was like on a visit to Germany.
He was just talking about British politics, and they were like, "You know what? Let's just go beat them up." You know what? Sure.
He's a traitor to his country. That's
why he just disappeared.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he was sent away for war crimes and then brought back once the heat had cleared off.
He committed war crimes.
Taj says Smudger is fake. I saw him lip sync at one of his concerts back in 1988. That's fair.
I can imagine Smudger and Duncan would get along very well. I mean, yeah, Smudger is probably fucking dead. Duncan even arrives on the Scarlet Lane Railway, but
in theory, yeah, if they could talk to each other, like I feel like they would get along at first, but then I think very quickly we'd figure out that Duncan actually has a lot more integrity than Smudger. Like Smudger is kind of what the people think Duncan is, whereas Duncan himself, like when someone's life is actually at risk, he'll be a lot more careful and he'll actually like make the right decision, right? Whereas like Smudger has a lot less of a moral compass. So like I think that's the difference. The two of them would be compared to each other, but then very quickly would diverge when you realize how much better of a person Duncan is than Smudger.
Smudger would be like, "Hey, Duncan, want to blow up a school? What the fuck, Smudger? What? No."
That's his plan. He's been wanting to pull that one out for a while, and Duncan's like, "I don't know about that." That's how he'd respond. He'd just be like,
"Honestly, I think we might go to jail. I don't know. There might be a risk.
There might be a law against it or something.
There might be a law about saying you can't kill people, Smudger." Well, fuck, I guess I'm in trouble.
Taj just said, "My
Smudger,
apologies."
I'm very concerned about what you do on your pastime. Well, Duncan,
it's like a don't
that's
ask.
a long story.
It's like a don't ask, don't tell situation. It's like it's like they hang out at the pub, but like on Smudger's own time, he may cause a few major accidents, and Duncan just doesn't dig into it. He
may cause a few world atrocities.
World atrocities. Look, no Freddy. Okay, let's not put him in that camp. It's not his fault. He didn't do any of this.
So in 1918, I don't know, guys. I think in 1918 the world ended. No, wait, the war ended. No.
All right, the war is over, everyone.
Our life
The
was
war,
life. The world
war
ended like 100 years ago.
My
And
God.
depending on who you ask, the world already ended like last year.
True. True.
All right. Anyway, in 1918, finally, after all that lore, the NWR finally it happens. So Vickerstown Bridge, and a lot of shit is built this year, by the way. Um, so Martin, Balladrain Bridge, Henry's Tunnel, and Crunk are all built. Edward arrives. God, I love how I worded this. Right, so I said, I put in the lore, all the railways merged, and then, oh my God, my dog. Shut up. Please be quiet. What do you want? Lemmy, can you talk to the audience for like a minute about shit that doesn't matter?
All right. Dougie's dog is doing dog stuff right now. Is your dog pregnant? Says Lester the Flame. That's
My
the
dog
question.
is a male.
Well,
I mean, maybe.
well, is
Are
your
you
dog
preggy?
pregnant? Preggy.
I don't know. You got some babies kicking in there, you know?
Let's discuss
Maybe.
famous dogs throughout Thomas's history. There's whatever that
Gremlin.
Yeah, Gremlin. There's that one. There's Katie the sheepdog. I think there's there's. I feel like the Fat Controller has a dog. Maybe.
He has a cat.
Well, that's kind of a dog.
If it's a dog, if you think hard enough.
Yeah, I think so. There's.
My dog's left. Yes, hooray!
What about that sheep from Ba? Is that a dog?
Wait, what?
That sheep from Ba. Is that a dog?
Yeah, that's a dog.
Okay, good. Okay, let's proceed with the lore.
The dog is an imposter. It's sus.
Everyone likes this word sus. Sus. It's sus. Suspect, I imagine it stands
Oh
for.
man, I can no longer do the opportunity of what station pilot asked me to do. I can't ask my dog what its favorite station is. I will kick it out if it says Farquhar.
What if it says Farcar?
Well, if it says Farquhar, I will give him a treat.
That's fair. It's quite fair.
All right.
So-
Anyway, so back to the funny joke I put in my lore.
Yeah.
It's like some positive thing about how the NWR was open now, and then it says, "Oh yeah, everyone died in Great Waterton."
What?
Because the Spanish flu, or depending on who you asked, it was Jack and Scarloy. Keep that a secret, though. I didn't say anything.
I don't recall Scarloy being involved. Are you trying to take the credit away from Jack?
It was a deal, you know. They shook hands and went, "We strike tonight." Yes, I, Jack the Front Loader, shall single-bucketly destroy Great Waterton.
Hold on.
Fuck you.
So they shake hands, and then he says single-bucketly.
Well, you know, Scarloy can just grow hands, and Jack's bucket can just morph into a hand.
I'm not sure about this concept. Redding 3640 Studios says, "I love this lore." I also love the lore.
Because it took me like multiple weeks to write it, so I hope people like it.
It's got a lot to it, I gotta say. It got a lot of timeline business. This is the tricky part, is figuring out how it all goes together. Because it doesn't really, until we make it. Even what Awdry gives us,
okay.
It makes sense.
The final thing that happens in 1918 is Stanley arrives. on the mid Sodor. He's like a war veteran. In
What
my
about-
awesome, where anytime Duke's like, you can't do that, Stanley. That's not allowed. Shut up! I'm a war veteran.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Stanley, you're not a veteran.
Everyone just
Who
kind of
says
like,
I'm not?
everyone just kind of awkwardly like kind of glosses over the fact that Stanley like almost definitely is like war surplus. Like he's a veteran. He was probably on the front lines, like on the trenches. Like and then how does the Mid Sodor Railway treat its veterans? Turns them into pumping engines and puts them behind the shed. So
I think that's probably
vets.
why he was so cocky as well. He's like,
Yeah.
I'm a war veteran. I can do whatever the fuck I want. I saved this country.
Yeah. I mean, and to be fair, he's not totally wrong. So, like, it's interesting. There's a level of complexity there that isn't really done.
Also, I find it very ironic that you bring up the trenches, and his fate is that he gets buried.
Oh my god. True.
I mean, in both arguments, oh, he drowned. He's underground. And if you're like, oh no, he's still in the shed. He got buried. The entire fucking railway like got submerged in dirt.
It's
So
amazing that is it really possible for like an entire shed complex to be covered in that length of time? It was only like 20 years. But
I mean,
that length,
I suppose. I mean, we don't really know Sodor's climate, so I mean, maybe.
yeah, that's true. Why is the climate not a section in people history and railways? I want to know what the weather is.
Awdry, please tell us each date and what weather it had.
Yeah, exactly. Go date by date by date. No need to tell us exactly what year Percy was built, but tell us like literally every single day from at least 1700 AD. Tell us what the climate was on that day. The weather forecast. I want to know. I want the details. I want the juicy
Exactly.
details.
All right, so in 1919, Jeremiah, or if you want to know who that is meant to be, it's that red engine who's like, oh, heck nah, Henry, you're supposed to come out the tunnel. So, Jeremiah was numbered 1, sus, because the Fat Controller was like, ah, yes, Jeremiah, you're so cool. I shall give you number 1. And then Edward's like, but sir, I arrived first. Shut the fuck up.
So that's his reasoning, that Jeremiah is cool.
Jeremiah just looks cooler.
I mean, that's debatable.
All I'm saying is he prefers the Lancashire and Yorkshire Railway Class 27. He's not a Class 28 in my canon. Shut the fuck up. More than a two. This is so sad. So anyway,
I used to think the Class 27 was identical to the Class 28 when I was younger. I was like, they're pretty much the same.
Actually, Lemmy, they have a different firebox, and they have
well, they have a different everything, friend. They look very, very different. For one thing, the boiler and smoke box are much higher slung. Also, I think the chassis is a little longer. There's a lot of differences. I just couldn't see them as a little.
Well, I mean, definitely James's compared to literally every other Class 28.
Yeah, but no. Well, I wouldn't say so. I'd say James's proportions are the same as every. Here's the thing: it's not hard to make James look like James and make him a Class 28. It's just that nobody ever makes the necessary changes. They take his running board and make it the size of what's a really long state? Tennessee? Is that long? I'm going to say that's long.
Honestly, I can't say that I got a measuring tape and just went all the way across Tennessee.
Well, I did, and it's long. So everyone makes James's running board the length of Tennessee, and then they don't do anything else. And it's like, no. Here's what you do first: get rid of the sandboxes, put them underneath the running board. Then extend the cab so it doesn't stop short of the back. It goes all the way back. Extend the cab. Then maybe change the number of boiler bands. So give him like a different boiler. And then also, this is the biggest part, give him pony truck wheels, but make them very cramped. Like, don't give him all this space. Like, make them very close in. So it's like they kind of look like an afterthought. If you do it that way, then James actually looks a lot like James and looks a lot like a Class 28. But nobody ever does it that way. Instead, they like make him this atrocious hybrid.
I mean, I honestly prefer James just looking like almost identical to a Class 28 with like barely any mods. The only mods I want to do to James is the extended pony truck and give him Fowler tender. That's like the only differences.
I can't get down with the sandboxes. Like,
I like the sandboxes. They look pretty nice.
they look like Donald and Douglas.
Well, you know what? James's IRL tender looks like Donald and Douglas's too, but no one complains.
And you're replacing it.
Well, here's the thing, Lemmy. Okay, I'll get to this later, but you'll find out what I'm meaning. So anyway, in 1919, the coaling plant is also opened, and that's essentially the end of that year. In 1920, oh boy, we're getting into the 1920. Oh heck no. Jerry arrives on the mid-Sodor. That's all that happens.
Wow. A whole year to
It's not
himself.
very eventful.
Pretty impressive.
So, in 1921, Tim is sold. Sir Handel Brown steps down as controller and becomes the owner because he's so cool. And then Sir Robert Sam
Whoa,
the first.
I gotta stop right here. The station pilot says, "Can we all just agree that James with blue lining should be considered a crime against humanity?" No!
Shut
James-
up! Shut
James-
up!
James with blue lining is gorgeous. He's
I
stunning.
love it.
He is
It
so
looks so
hot.
smexy.
Yes, it does. It absolutely does. I mean, to each their own, but still, I don't want to live in a world where here's what I think. I think all the James liveries count. I think that they're all just different eras. I think James tries a lot of different liveries over the years. So like he starts out with a red
You know what? That's really funny to me to think about. James just goes into the works like every week, and like the painters are like, "What is it this time, James?" Well, I thought I might try something different. You see, my line currently is black, but blue might look pretty nice.
Yeah, I love that, right? Like the idea of James. I kind of like the idea that there are liveries we haven't even heard of or seen that he's tried at some point that maybe only lasted like a week. We only really see the ones that last like years. But like, I mean, he's got to be experimenting with different fashion styles. I mean, it's James, right? If he could, he would. So like, I bet he would have. He's had a lot of different liveries. Probably.
All I'm saying is, right? If I'm not really too into humanizing Thomas and Friends, but if you're gonna make James a human, please make him a fashion designer because that'd just be so fun.
Exactly. It's like that. He's got to be something like that. I drew a humanized thing recently of James, and I thought to myself, he looked a lot like a talk show host or like a game show host. I gave him this like bright red kind of glossy suit, and I thought like that actually like James would make so much sense as like a game show host. Like just imagine that if he's like he wants to be on Broadway desperately, like he wants to be like a star, but like he can't be because like he's just not got the chops. So instead he's like on some game show where like they throw a watermelon at you up at the end. And it's like really embarrassing, but it's like his way to kind of work his way up to the top of Hollywood. Like, James would have to be in some sort of limelight. He would have to be in something that was really like glitzy and glamorous. He would desire to be a Broadway star or a fashion designer or a Hollywood star or like
now that you've said that, I've now kind of started to think, what if James is just like a struggling actor that just never can get any jobs?
Like that's totally how I see him. Like I so see him as like potentially being the
he goes to the agency and is like, "Please, will someone hire me? Please."
he ends up in like a toothpaste commercial or something, but he really hams it up. He's just like, Crest brand is the best brand, as you can see from my glitzy and glamorous teeth. And he goes on for like 5 minutes. They're like, cut. We didn't ask you to go and explain in vivid detail your dental history, but people want to know.
You did ask for me to do this advertisement. We said cut about 30 minutes ago, Jameson.
We just gave up.
I do not care, Mr. Director Man. I will continue telling you about my pearly white.
I am taking over this thing. He just takes the
let me get in that director's chair. I'm directing now.
He just takes over the production, and through sheer force of
will.
All right,
places people.
And like, what if it worked? What if he actually succeeded? Like the director just felt so bullied. He's just like, you know what? Never mind. I quit. And then the producer's like, oh God, we need a new director.
James' agent just comes up to him and is like, James, they now want you to work on a massive blockbuster. Damn.
Yes. I think his
agent, I cannot wait.
His agent would probably be like Edward or something. It would be like Edward. Imagine how exhausted he would be all the time. He'd just be like, well, James, you've released yet another sex tape. Yeah, damn right I have. It's not a good thing, James. Not in the slightest. It's ruining your reputation in totality. Well, I don't think the people see it that way. I think that they're happy to see a new side of me. James, for the love of God, you were supposed to have dinner with a top executive next week.
James,
and now
I'm 50 years old. I should not be having to see your penis. On a regular basis.
A regular basis. Not even 2 or 3 times.
You gotta deal with it or you can get out. Talk to the hand because the face ain't listening.
He would just fire Edward on the spot. And then a week later, he would be in a cardboard box. He'd be like, oh God, what have I done? What have I done? I need to bring him back. That's what
Edward just walking past with like sunglasses like, James, what are you doing? Edward, please help. My OnlyFans business has crumbled.
Oh my God.
Oh, James, I did warn you. No, you did not. I warned you multiple times. I was, in fact, fired because I warned you.
You did not warn me in the way that you should have, Edward. You didn't speak my language. As an agent, you're supposed to be able to...
You didn't put parental controls on OnlyFans.
I think, like, at some point, James would finally get desperate enough that he would have to, he would resort to just having Henry as an agent. Edward wouldn't come back, so he'd be like, all right, Henry, you do know how to handle this, right? I think so. I mean, I can't really get all of your records straight, and I don't exactly have the schedule right, but like, come on, Henry.
Good enough. You know what, Henry? Good enough. Go find me a job now.
All right, I'll do my best. And then he like doesn't succeed at all. He like
then while he's walking into the room, he just like falls over and all the papers go everywhere.
he'd be trying to drive around in town trying to find different like people to hire James, but he'd be in this like really beat up old like electric car that's runs on like renewable energy, and so he'd be late to every meeting. And then there'd be like a goose in the road, and he'd be like, oh, I can't run that over. I must stop. And he'd sit there for like 20 minutes as the goose crosses the road. There'd be people honking behind. Come on! And Henry would just be like, I'm waiting for the goose.
And then they're all like, oh, understandable. I'm so sorry.
Matt says in the chat, it would be a good scene. You know what would be a good scene is Gordon being taught how to use a computer. Yeah.
It's like Percy's like just like playing on his phone. It's like, you and your excessive use of that. I can teach you how to use one, Like I need one.
I don't need a computer. But it's not really a computer, Gordon. It's a phone. It's mobile.
Shut up, Percy. I know what I'm talking about. I'm big and grand.
And that's all that matters here.
Gordon, please stop staying in like the 1960s. We're in 2021 now. You need to change with the times.
My 1960s persona. Thank you very much.
In fact,
You're still using a rotary phone, Gordon. What the fuck?
So? What's wrong with a rotary phone? It's wired in.
Everyone uses an iPhone except like Edward or something.
My grandfather was the one who gave me this rotary phone, and I have kept it running ever since. So there, I'm keeping it,
Whoa.
and that's that.
And then
Gordon,
like Thomas comes in and shows him like
300
shows him like a video about like how great Gordon is. Like, just yep, I made this on my phone. And then he's like, and then Gordon's like, excuse me, I'll be right back. And then just runs to the store. Well,
you literally-
Percy, you know, on second thoughts, I do think the phone is a bit of an upgrade.
He runs to the Apple store. You'd just be like, you'd be waiting in line for hours. You'd just be like
you can just hear the cartoon running sound effects as he leaves the room.
But then he accidentally gets an iPod instead of an iPhone because he doesn't know the difference. Then he gets like,
why can't I call people on this? What's going on?
Percy, all that happens is it plays Gordon's theme for 10 hours.
Oh my god. We are at a crossroads here, Dougie, because it is 12:15 for me. I need to make a meal. Maybe we should do some sort of intermission. Perhaps a 30-minute intermission where we play music and get copyrighted while I make this meal. And then I come back in 30 minutes. How about that? That's an idea.
You could just like show us how to make a meal. You could just be a chef.
I could, yes, that's true. But should I really be showing all of these people my kitchen? Probably not.
Well, I mean, I've seen your kitchen multiple times.
Well, yeah, you have, right? But you're not allowed to take a camera in my house. That's the deal. So you're not going to be able to show
Oh, yeah, of course, right. I'm allowed to take weapons, but not a camera.
Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, that's reasonable. Yes, I think. How about this? How about we just expose people to dead silence for 30 minutes? I
I could just continue reading my lore.
All right, you can continue reading your lore if you like. I'm gonna go make this meal. I'll try to be quick about it. But if at any point you want to just expose these people to dead silence, I won't blame you because I don't think we owe the chat anything today. I think this is just. Yes, indeed. All right, I'm going to go and make this meal, and then when I come back, I will react in real time to the quality of the meal. So this should be exciting.
Oh boy. Anyone got any hot takes? Yo, what the fuck? Someone just said we aren't great boys. God damn it. Oh, thank God you corrected yourself. Wharf scale James isn't a bad problem. You know, honestly, I agree. I don't understand the hate for the wharf scale shit. I like it. Man, most of my Twitter notifications are just people liking Remy's tweet. I'm very upset. SMH, everyone follow me on Twitter. Guys, follow me on Twitter, please. Please follow me. Douggie lives matter, that is true. Well, if you don't have Twitter, then honestly, good for you. Floating Vessels guy. I'm fairly certain you already follow me, Floating Vessel guy. Lol. Who are you again? Yeah, who am I? Wait. So you do have a channel, you cheeky, cheeky bugger. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Why for real, man? Society. SMH, turn it into a Steam Cloud account so people know your Steam Cloud productions. If you think my James with blue lining opinion was controversial, then you definitely don't want to. Alright, yeah, I definitely do not. Man, I wish I was in control of this screen so that I could, say, so I could put up a banner just saying follow Dougie at Dougie the Cool G. Guys, search up Dougie the King Caledonian on YouTube. NGL, that channel might be pretty cool. Don't think the content's that great, but just subscribe anyway. Just subscribe, okay? Okay. Do you think Henry Mark? I'm assuming you mean Mark. Mark II is a different Henry. I do not. I do not think that they are two separate engines because that ruins the entire lore. Like it kind of takes away from the entire specialness of God. I'm like fucking right. If there's two separate Henrys and they're just two completely different engines, it kind of ruins the entire point of the first 5 books, where you're just following a character who we're supposed to sympathize with, and no, turns out he's just fucking dead. So that's my opinion. Yo, Dougie the King Caledonian's in chat though. Hot take: Lemmy does not have any control over any lemon. Honestly, that might be true though. I'm not Mo. I am not Mo. Controversial opinion. Option. You put option. Nice one. I think Stanley, the standard gauge engine, works well as an austerity tank engine. Boy, I sure do wish I could ban you right now. Can't believe you'd say that. Why are you not subscribed to me? That's not very nice. Davy Jones, who is the Coast Guard messenger, is a small okay. Yeah, I mean sure. That do be true though. Man, what's happening on Discord? Okay, don't care. Station Master, what the fuck did you send me? Why did you send me this? What the fuck? Oh, you'd love to see me take you. Oh, okay. Okay. You'd love for that, huh? Right, fuck it. Right, go on the streets then. Fucking Did you know that Top Hat's real life basis? Wait, what? Where does that go? Oh, there we go. Did you know that Top Hat's real life basis lasted until 2017? Top Hat doesn't have a basis. I already have popped multiple squats. If you missed it, then too bad. What's Dougie's chancel / Twitter? Doug, should I make Coast Guard or Coast Guard Messenger? Coast Guard, like, because I think the Coast Guard's cooler. All right. Anyway, to answer the famous Hector's question, my channel. Well, what is my channel? Well, you know what? You know what? What is my channel? You know, I've popped a squat. By the way, stop telling me to pop a squat. I've done it. Okay. His channel is crap. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, right. My Twitter. Twitter. Just search up at Dougie the Cool G, and you know that's my Twitter. Oh fuck! Someone discovered that I'm an imposter. I'm not Dougie anymore, guys. Dougie face reveal. No. Nah. Don't want to. I got my mate to pop a squat in Dougie's honor. Did you actually do that? You are a legend if you actually did that. Doug. Why must you call me Doug? Alright, anyway. Doug, what's your favorite tug? I don't know. Like from the show? Then Zip. Um God damn it. I regret choosing the name Dougie because everyone keeps making jokes like, oh, so you're Douglas? Where's Donald? Uh, no. Anyway, uh, the Cool G. Yes, that is true. Yes, that is my Twitter at Dougie the Cool G. How is your favorite? I'm gonna assume character who works on the Little Western. Uh, Duck. I'm assuming you want the answer to be Donald and Douglas, but I will constantly go on about how they're not Little Western engines. So Duck is my favorite Little Western engine. Dougie, are you actually Doug Walker? Ah, oh, fuck, you got me. Think I've seen your Twitter before or something. Okay, cool. But why don't you follow me, though? That's cringe. Awesome, I'm gonna get followed now. Oh, hell nah, Dougie is Doug Walker. Yep. Dougie, why did you ruin the wall? Well, you know, I just kind of felt like it, you know? What did I do to Lemmy? I'll just let you Yay!
I came back
My
and the whole
internet, like,
screen was just frozen, and I had no idea what was up.
like, right as I left, actually. Oh, I didn't leave per se. My internet just was like, Dougie, lol, you're trying to have a live stream? Lol. Kicked me out.
So it did a lot of lolling, and then it kicked you out. I see. I can put the pieces
Yeah.
together. Well, I'm here to say the breakfast isn't done, but it is underway. It's very close to being done. But the hash browns are burning right now, so I should really go. I wanted to check in, see if all was well. I'll be back in like 5 minutes with the breakfast.
Awesome. Guys, must I clarify? I'm not a he. Please stop calling me a he. Just, like, be respectful, guys. Come on. I am they then, if you're curious. So there you go. There you go. Now you don't have an excuse because I told you all. Alright, so what happened while I was dead? Flowing Vessels guy, did you call me a piece of shit? That wasn't very nice. Say sorry. Most of the chat that I missed is just saying, oh heck nah, Dougie dead. Donald and Douglas aren't Little Western Engine. What's next? Buffer, Bother, and Twin Trouble aren't the same episode? Ah, ridiculous. God, I hate anyone who believes they are the same episode. JK, love you, Dougie. Keep up the beautiful work. Whoa, thank you, Taj. You're so nice. Why did no one say all hail Dougie while I was dead? Alright, where are we? Okay, wait. I'm just reading the chat. I'm sorry if I'm quiet. Retweet if you stand Dougie. Oh, wait, you can't. Well. If you do stand Dougie, put a big old thumbs up in chat. Yes, put a thumbs up in chat. Stand Dougie. Hold on. I'm about to commit a funny. It might kill my internet, but you know. What if both episodes take place at the exact same time? There could be an episode with Donald and Bill. People only say that this. Oh wait, yeah, that's actually a good point. Actually, people only say that because there's an argument between brothers in both episodes, apart from the polar opposites from each other. Oh yes, I agree. So yeah, you're actually right. Except, like, they argue in the episode, like Bill and Ben argue in the episode, but that's not the point of the episode, and a lot of people don't really get this. So in Buffer Bother, the point of that story is that Bill is like, oh heck nah, uh, fucking Ben is getting all this special attention, and I'm not, and that's the plot. He's just jealous. That's the point. It's not the argument. And yes, Bill is just jealous of Ben, and that's the plot. Okay, liking all the thumbs up, by the way. Very proud. Um, what are your thoughts on Shed 17 and Sodor Fallout? Right, Sodor Fallout. I don't really like it. It's just I don't really like mutated shit. Like, I mean, it can work with some shit, but this is Thomas. It doesn't really work, honestly. But Shed 17, it's kind of something a lot of people already thought. Oh, they're just people who got turned into trains. So, I mean, yeah, I think it's cool that someone kind of made a whole thing about that. And, it's better than Soda or Fallout. Bill and Ben arguing is normal. Not really. I mean, Railway series, not really. They don't argue actually at all, actually. I don't think they ever argue in the Railway series. Oh yeah, they do. They kind of argue about something, but that's more of just teasing. I wasn't really arguing. So I think series 3 started that, but that was more just an argument about shit at just a petty thing. But yeah, I don't like how series 5 did it, where they just argue all the time. That wasn't very nice. The Brenner era just ruined Bill and Ben, and I will not expand on this. Honestly, not even ironic. I think Shed 17 is a brilliant black comedy. I really think most people miss the deeply satirical elements presented in the short film. Not as scary as it is creative. Yeah, I agree. One good turn was just you. I don't mind that episode. I think it's alright. I mean, I prefer Heroes, but One Good Turn was alright.
I'm here with the breakfast.
Awesome.
Where's Douggie? There you are.
Dougie, should I make a video essay, Unlucky Tug style, where I break down your lore? You know what? Fuck it. Go ahead. I don't. That would be fun. I would love to see that.
We need more video essayists. Like the idea that it's like Unlucky Tug style. Like, the very novel idea of making a video essay. God knows there's not a lot of those on YouTube.
I've done 2 video essays. I've done one on Horrid Laurie, kind of talking about how greatly it introduces villains. And I did one on Twin Troubles. I wonder what I talked about in that one.
How much you adore it, obviously.
Oh, of course, yeah.
And how truly amazing it is when Donald and Douglas hate each other. That's really what they're all about.
That's what Awdry always intended. That's like, as soon as he made them, he just went, yes, I shall make these characters argue, but it's just going to be a hidden aspect that you can only read in the iOS book. So big up the Series 6 writers, because they read the iOS book and that tiny little hint that Awdry gave them.
Yeah, they really were geniuses.
Okay, right. Back to the awesome lore. I just kind of forgot to read it because the chat was kind of popping off.
Yeah, I know.
So
I know.
In 1925, I think that's where we got to. Yeah, I read 1921. There's a 4-year skip. Nothing happened. Okay. Stanley is turned into a pumping engine. What a loser. And this is in 1925. Or if I said.
He is a bit of a loser.
Yeah. I mean, he's only on the railway in my lore for like how long? I can't do math.
I have to admit, this breakfast is exquisite.
Well, hopefully a tank engine doesn't come for your house and ruin it.
Sure, a tank engine won't. I started writing a really good story. It's a rewrite of Thomas Comes to Breakfast, and it's really funny and good. I'm not going to give anything else away, but it's good. It's almost as good as this breakfast.
Well, Stanley is a loser, but which one? Narrow gauge Stanley. I stand standard gauge Stanley.
Stan.
That's a mouthful.
Where does that even come from? Stan.
It comes from stalker and fan.
From what?
It's 2 words like combined. It's stalker and fan.
Oh, really? Is that what it is?
Yeah, stalker and fan.
That makes sense.
A lot of people say it ironically. I don't think anyone actually is unironically like, hell yeah, bro, I stalked this character.
Yeah.
I stalked this fictional character.
I mean, you stalk me.
Well, look, you're not a fictional character.
Right.
Well, unless
I am, which is what I am. I am fictional.
Oh, fuck. All right. Anyway, back to the lore before we get too deep into this rabbit hole. So in 1927, the Northwestern Railway just becomes really fucking popular, and the Fat Controller's like, oh heck nah, I need engines. So the Fat Controller buys like 6. He buys 6 engines because he's just like, you know what? Fuck it, we're rich. The LMS is like my man, and so I can just buy a bunch of engines. So
That's
he does.
I mean, that's really what the railway wanted for so long. So I guess it makes sense that once he has the chance, you just go crazy. You go hog wild.
Yeah, just during that year, he buys Henry. He's the first engine that's bought, and like he has like some meeting
that's a
with
great
like
story.
some guy who's like, "Hello, yes, I would like to sell you an engine." Whom are you selling me? Well, I would like you to buy an Atlantic. Oh boy, I sure shall. How much? I don't know how much it actually is, so I'm gonna look up on eBay. How much is an Atlantic? Well, I can find one for £15. All right. So the Fat Controller bought one for like £15. And then he's like, "What the fuck is this? This isn't an Atlantic. What the fuck?" And he was very angry, and he left a very angry eBay review.
I believe that.
So during the same year,
Can we just talk about the Fat Controller? The only canon time, like we're certain that somebody swore in the Railway series, is when the Fat Controller was recounting his experience of being swindled about Henry. Technically,
well,
Duncan...
we know that Duncan swears because here Sam's like, well, he worked in a factory, and you know what that does to an engine's language?
Yeah,
which I can
that's
just
true.
imagine he gets so hurt every time he hears Duncan just shouting "fuck" or something.
Yeah, like it just hurts his soul. He's just like, oh,
Just like,
I don't
Duncan,
like that.
please stop swearing, please. So, anyway, Gordon.
I would like to draw
arrives,
attention. Floating Vessels guy says, Lem, what are you eating? Hash browns,
Are you
bacon,
eating?
and sausage. Those are the big 3.
So anyway, back to the autumn lore that I spent ages on, and everyone should love. Gordon also arrives, and like he shows up and he's like, and like the Fat Controller is like, what the fuck? Where's your tender? And Gordon's like, So the people who like put Gordon on the boat just forgot his tender, and Gordon's like, man. So the Fat Controller yet again has to leave another angry eBay review. My Gordon I just bought did not come with the tender, which was stated that would include. So I'll send it over right now, or I will be fuming. So during this time, he's like, "Well, Gordon, I want you to run the railway. Well, not exclusively, of course, but so like since the LMS were like my man with the NWR, the Fat Controller just had a bunch of Fowler tenders laying around. So it's like, here you go, Gordon. You get a Fowler tender. And Gordon at first is like, but sir, no, I can't win LMS tender. You'll do as you're told.
It must be so humiliating. It's just a totally different style from the rest of him. It like would be ill-fitting because it would be so small. Like it really would like it really is quite odd that he has one. But I love that at the same time, like that kind of clash. I always thought my theory has always been that the reason Gordon has a Fowler is because Gresley just kept the tender that he was built with. Because like think about it, like the reason he's trading Gordon off is because Gordon is non-standard. Gordon is not like the rest of the class. He's the prototype. So he's got these flaws that it's really not worth keeping him. So he sends him off. But the tender is probably fine. So imagine that Scotsman or somebody gets Gordon's tender. Like Great Northern gets it or something. That would be kind of humiliating. It's like if one of his brothers basically takes it. It's like, all right, get out of here. You don't even get to bring the tender. It's like that would be really something. He'd just be like,
well, you see,
living
Douggie lore. I didn't feel like the fact that Gordon was like a prototype. I don't like the fact that like the engines are like, oh, they're just prototypes. I didn't like that. So Gordon is just straight up an A3. I know he's supposed to be an A1, but shut the fuck up, Lemmy.
Well,
so
when
yeah,
did the A3
he just happened to not have his LNER tender. Yeah. I think over time, though, Gordon just like I'd like to imagine eventually his like proper tender arrives, and like the Fat Controller just never tells him because Gordon's like secretly he just loves the Fowler tender, and like everyone can tell, but like no one says it.
That's interesting. What about the other engines? I know that what about Edward and James? How do they get Fowlers? Same deal?
I will answer James later, but Edward, I don't want him to have a Fowler tender.
Interesting.
So yeah, he's just gonna keep a K2 tender. Edward will literally just look like a K2. Like no more the K2.
I used to not like Edward looking just like a K2, but that's really grown on me because I love that Edward would look distinctly different from the rest. Like it would be obvious he's from a different era than them. And I like that. Like visually, you can just tell he's like more of a Victorian era locomotive. The way that he's built, the funnel, the way that he's so low slung, the fact that he's got this big chassis, he's got these kind of guard things on like the pony truck wheels and like these really big splashers, and he looks old. And I love that. And keeping the tender would certainly kind of give that impression as well.
Yes. Mm-hmm. All right. So anyway, so I named the 4 engines that show up in Edward. Yeah, because everyone's named them already, but I want to name them something else because I didn't like the fucking name Alfred. Because it's like, shut up, that's not his name, and I refuse to call him that. So, the 2 blue engines called Robert and David, because I'm so cool. And then, the green engine called Margaret, and I named the red one Thompson. I don't have any any stories about their arrival. It's just, yep, they're there.
The Fat Controller rejoicing in his newfound LMS love and money.
I don't remember what I based all the engines on. I think I said it on Twitter and I bookmarked it so I could remember.
Pretty daring for you to move. So, does 3 railway engines take place after 1925, or how does that work?
I'll get to that, okay?
All right. I'll trust you on this, but I'm not sure if you're getting to that.
All right. So also in 1927, other than all the fucking engines arriving, 6 engines. I would also like to mention that Upper Brendam Station was built.
Upper Brendam.
After that monumental year, in 1928, the only thing that happens is Stuart and Falcon arrive on the Mid-Sodor. I did not like the fact that in Awdry's lore, Falcon arrives way before Stuart. It just doesn't.
It is very weird.
I want them to be like the same experience, really.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of weird that is the case. I could see Falcon arriving a little bit before Stuart, but not to that degree. That's a little weird.
Yeah. All right. So in 1929, Freddy was finally caught for his war crimes.
About time.
And canonically, though, he is sent away because the SR was like, "Oh heck, now we don't got enough money for free engines."
Well, we know the real answer.
Yeah, we as the audience know the real answer, but they had to make up an excuse to Scarloy and Rhaenyra.
Naturally, or they'd never let him on the railway.
So during 1929 too, they're like, you know what? Fuck it, let's build the Peel Godred branch line, and then they do. I know. Legendary shit here. I know.
It is crazy how in the railway series, and here too, it just kind of pops into existence. All the other lines have a slow progression. Not the electric line. They're literally just we want an electric line to the Peel Godred Dam. All right, let's build it. And they just do in a year. It's nuts. All these new engines, this whole new stretch of track. They just build it it's nothing. And it's
it's just a time lapse of the theme that plays when they rip up Henry. It's just that theme, and it's well done, boys. We did it. We completed an entire branch line.
Why do we all feel so compelled to call the Peel Godred line a railway? I do that a lot too.
I almost did it.
Because it feels like it's so separate from the Northwestern. I forget that those engines, we don't ever struggle to call Daisy or Boko Northwestern engines. They're diesels, but we're they're Northwestern. But with the Peel Godred engines, they feel separate. There's something else.
I think it's probably just because they're rarely mentioned and they're just kind of off in their own branch line. Because people associate Daisy with the Farquhar branch line because that's the character she interacts with. So obviously people are going to go, well, she's obviously an NWR engine. Boko interacts with Edward and the mainline engines. So everyone just goes, yep, NWR.
Yeah.
But still Godred ones don't.
Yeah, they have no anchor. They have no tie to the main cast. They're just up there all alone. Weirdly enough, they're it's kind of cool that they probably are pretty close with the Culdee Fell engines. The Culdee Fell engines are to the Peel Godred engines what the Scarlowy engines are to the Northwestern engines. They're kind of that's their little narrow gauge branch. That's
and probably Donald and Douglas are the link between all of the
that's true.
All of them.
Yeah, they're probably.
I mean, we see Donald going on the Peel Godred, so
yeah.
Well,
yeah, he must. So he must know the engines there. That is.
He must just go past them and go, all right.
It's weird that that scene is at Kirk Mackin, the one where he's unloading Culdee onto the transfer line. That is on the electric line. That's I guess I always knew that, but that's weird that we actually did see it illustrated quite clearly. That's trippy. Also, am I the only one? Call me stupid for this if you want, but I feel.
will.
Oh, all right then. I'm prepared. Like I always felt very strongly that the Coldie sheds, where the engines sleep, were at the summit. That's always the impression that I got, and now I realize that doesn't make any sense. They've got to be down at Kirkmacken, but like. For a long time, I thought the engines were stored up at like the summit of like the mountains. Like
They have to get Donald or Douglas or just like a lorry to transport them up each day.
Yeah. My God.
Donald wakes up each morning and goes, "Oh my God, I have to take those engines up a hill again." Oh my God. Like he has to do them each one by one. He cannot do it like with all of them on like a bunch of flat.
Eventually, you're gonna have another Godred incident.
Donald and like all of the engines will just tumble off the mountain.
Long Gone Driver says, "Is this stream still going?" Damn. Oh, I'm back, by the way. Hi. Hello, Jay.
Oh, I'm back. Oh, yeah. We just didn't notice, by the way. Thank God you clarified. I just wouldn't have noticed, by the way. If you just hadn't clarified, I would not have known.
Studios says, I think they asked. Also, I don't get why an engine has two names. Like, I get Peter Sam, but why Alid Greedy? Alid Greedy? Who's Alid Greedy?
Alid Greedy is like a fan name, but like, I think most of the time when an engine has two names, it's just like they're named after someone. It's not just someone went, you know what? I'm gonna call this engine, fucking Douggie is cool. By the way, there is multiple engines called that, by the way. Just must clarify.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the two names always does indicate that it's named after somebody, like Salmon Trout, you know? I was always a big fan of Mr. Trout. I always thought he was a fine, upstanding gentleman.
All right, anyway, lore time.
Well, I finally revealed my true feelings about Salmon Trout, and I just got trotted all over. That was a big deal for me, Dougie. I just revealed them to the world.
Don't care. Anyway, so remember how you asked about the free railway engines?
Right.
So in 1930, that's when it takes place.
That actually makes a lot more sense. Because it doesn't really feel like the railway's in crisis at the time, does it? Like, the way that it functions. I mean, they can't really afford to wall off one of their engines when they're having a locomotive crisis. Like, that makes sense, honestly. And the fact that
I'd like to imagine if it had been any other engine in that situation, the Fat Controller just would have, like, waited it out. Or just used his massive fucking muscles. But since it was Henry, he was like, you know what? I'm sick of you, you big fat green stupid. Yep. I'm bricking you up in a tunnel. But still, I was gonna come out anyway. Shut up. No, shut up.
I think the truth of it is that the Fat Controller actually really understands his engines very well. And so he knows that this is exactly what he needs to do to scare Henry straight. Like, this probably wouldn't work with Gordon. Like, it would just make Gordon angry. But it makes Henry sad. Like, making him lonely for an extended period of time is enough. And
I find it so funny, though, that, like, every time Gordon went past him, he would just laugh at him. Like,
yeah. And he, like, never... He didn't do anything to help him. He literally just laughed.
I love how Edward just like seems so like zoned out every time he would say hello to Henry, just like, oh hey Henry. Edward help. Edward help. Help Edward. Hello Henry.
Yeah, that's true. Neither of them is helping.
Like if there's like we're not told how many engines there probably were at that time, but we know there's at least 5 at least. Like what did the other 5 do? They just go past him too and go, man,
They all had their own thing. It's like some of them would cry, some of them would laugh, some of them would just make a weird face. I think one of them would sneeze for no reason. They would all have their own unique reactions.
One of them
None
is just
would make Henry
allergic to
feel any
spit, so every time they would like come out the tunnel, they'd just be like,
They're allergic to Henry.
"Ooh,
They're like, God, he's stuck in
I'm
that tunnel."
allergic to stupidity."
A junction malfunction says 3 railway engines in 1930. There's sort of Great Depression.
Henry caused it.
Yeah. Oh God, not this again. I think I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure if they like how the Great Depression works relative to railways. I know it must have made a huge hit on the industry, of course, but like at the same time, when I think about it, I mean, like it seems like the 30s were like the golden era for steam. So like, why is that? Like, it's kind of weird that
No,
it
Henry
seems like
just caused the Great Depression because he was sad all the time.
maybe that's why the railways are okay. It's because Henry caused it, so he can make concessions for his
That was
friends.
actually the reason why he was shut up in the tunnel. He was just too sad.
The Great Depression was literally started by Henry's depression.
He's just like, he was the first emo. He pioneered it.
Yeah, he pioneered the technique.
Awdry lied in the book, actually. He got repainted black. No one understands me. Gordon, it's not a phase. It's not a phase, Gordon.
He's just got very heavy eyeshadow and a piercing.
His driver has to apply it every morning.
Yeah. He like tries to play
And
it
it's
off.
always streaked down his face as well.
Yeah. My God. And TR 2000 says Henry's driver and fireman were in the crew that let Edward out of the shed because Henry had stuck up in the tunnel, and Edward was that relief for Henry. Huh. Interesting. It's because they tried to innovate as much as possible to make sure they didn't fall behind, says Reading 3640 Studios. That's interesting. So like this what we deem as the success of railways in the 30s is a reaction to financial instability. Now it's interesting. So like the reason
Henry
that
is the Great Depression. I'm a failed engine. Henry Snapchat caption. So sick of being disabled. Oh no. I'm going to go back to the lore now.
All right.
Okay. Also in the 1930s, the first Sir Handel Brown steps down and gives ownership of the SR to his son, who is also called Sir Handel Brown.
What a twist!
What a wacky coinky-dink.
I know. Wow.
Also in 1930, it's the last thing I promise. Lower Sodor Station is built. You can go home, guys. Alright, so in 1931, the worst thing to ever happen to the NWR happened. Thomas arrives.
So this is very daring how late you're bringing Thomas in.
Yeah, I don't like... I know I mentioned I didn't mind this, but like, Thomas has to arrive after, you know. I don't like him arriving before Edward. It just...
Yeah, how does he build the railway, though, if he doesn't arrive before Edward?
Well, he doesn't. Most of the railway was already built for them.
That's true. You do have that kind of tied up in a nice little bow in your version. Yeah, now I could see both sides to this. You know, bringing Thomas in later is probably what most people would resonate with, but at the same time, I've got a lot of invested in Thomas arriving in like 1915. I think that's really cool. But like 30s Thomas, I could see as well. It'll be interesting.
All right. Anyway, so in 1933, nothing happened in 1932. It was a dead year. I've just realized I put a massive paragraph in like 1938. Get ready. In 1933, Jerry, Jim, and Alfred are all sold. This is so sad, gamers. Please put F in chat for Jerry, Jim, and Alfred. I see no Fs. This is cringe. You did it yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, I really believe in it, you know?
Alright, hang on. Alright, finally we're getting some Fs.
The breakfast is done.
Awesome. How would you rate it?
I'd say it's a solid 8. 8 out of 10 breakfast. Look at
Yo,
all
I
they
just
have.
saw this like really cute person in chat. Douggie the King Caledonian. Look, all I'm saying is you can hit me up anytime. I could be fast asleep and you could just be hit me up like, yo, Douggie, would you like to have a conversation?
I don't know. It's not really. It's not as much as it's cracked up to be hit up in the middle of being asleep. Trust me, I know. This kid keeps breaking into my house.
Well, look, all I'm saying is it's Douggie the King Caledonian, you know? If Douggie the King Caledonian calls you in the middle of the night, like, are you really gonna not accept it?
I guess, yeah. I mean, maybe you can make a concession in that circumstance. Maybe you can. Maybe you can.
NGL, you know, maybe people should subscribe to Douggie the King Caledonian.
You know,
That'd be pretty cool.
That would be good. Yes, everyone subscribe to Douggie the King Caledonian. The Unlucky Tug tells the Thomas timeline really good. Yes, I have not seen his video, but I'm sure he has his own wacky theories.
Yeah. Anyway, where for me is popping off, and I refuse to read it, just cause. All right. So anyway, in 1934, Balladrain Station is built. That's epic. In 1935,
What's Balladrain again?
it's like a station that showed up like twice. Lol.
Oh my god, that's real, isn't it? Balladrine. It's like
Balladrain. I don't know.
It's like southeast of Kildare. Weird.
Yes.
Doesn't have a station.
Okay, anyway. So in 1936, Thompson, the red one, he is sold, because like he was just like a massive cunt, and he calls Thomas the shunter, who did I mention that like I gave Thomas short side tanks for like 5 years when like he's on Sodor at first.
Interesting. Oh, you
So
did.
yeah, so then Thomas like fucking derails because he's like, lol, and does some shit, and then he's like damaged, and the fact controller's like, right, which motherfucker broke my LBSC E2 model? I'm gonna have to take this to the works. Then he finds out it was Thompson, and Thompson is like, fuck, and then he gets ejected from the spaceship in Among Us.
Ejected. That would probably make them arch enemies for life.
Well, yeah, but Thomas is like at the works, and like, he then gets extended side tanks.
Oh, do they extend them the same way that they do on the LBSC, or do they like do they look a little bit different?
Just imagine Hornby Thomas, and that's your answer.
Interesting. Okay, so really just like the LBSC.
Essentially. He also has a straight running board when he gets rebuilt, because I like straight running board Thomas.
Huh, interesting. That's very early. So you're doing it like 30 years early.
Yep.
Very daring. Very daring.
I do like to dare.
You do like to dare.
Okay.
Dare.
Oh God. Right, we're time for the
How dare!
time for the long paragraph now.
All right.
Okay.
I'm ready for the long one. This is the long one. by the Beatles.
All right.
A long
In
one.
1938, James and Ivet, for context, is like the tank engine from James, the red engine. And they both show up. So, I wonder what year Thomas the Tank Engine takes place.
I
So
wonder too. There's no
now
way
I
to
can
do
finally discuss the James stuff. Hooray!
at last.
Finally, all questions shall be answered. So, when James arrives, he looks exactly like a Class 28, like no mods. He doesn't have an extended pony truck, and he has a regular tender.
Interesting.
But after he crashes, the Fat Controller's like, James, I'm very sympathetic of you. So then the Fat Controller just, James's tender's damaged, and he's like, you know what, James, you can get a Fowler tender. Because, he just has a bunch of, them laying around, C. Gordon lore.
I'm just imagining an enormous, smoking heap of Fowler tenders, just like 30 of them in a pile in the works. They're not organized. They're not on sidings. They're just kind of sitting there in a large heap. It's like,
I don't know what to do with all these Fowler tenders. Someone
He
take
just
them.
starts damaging tenders in the middle of the night so that you go, oh no, now you're going to need a Fowler tender. Sir, all you really need to do is replace a buffer. Edward, get to the works, and I will make sure you get a Fowler tender. You can get all fixed up. Sir, I just need a replacement buffer. Edward, talk back to me again, and you'll get ejected like Thompson. Yes.
Sir,
But you need to take the meds again.
Well, then it's 3 Fowler tenders for you, Gordon. In fact, make it 4 for good measure. But, sir, I'll never be able to hold that much all the time. I don't care, Gordon. We have to get rid of these fucking Fowler tenders. Got far too many of them, Gordon.
He just every New Year's when like people set off fireworks, he just sets on fire a bunch of Fowler tenders.
oh my god. It's like even though he has a deal with the LMS now, they still don't like him all that much. So they tried to bury his railway in Fowler tenders. They're just like, yeah, take 300 Fowler tenders.
There is an engine that is solely responsible for giving the Fowler tenders. That is the engine's job.
There's the Fowler tender shunter. It's literally
the Fat Controller hired someone to just sit at Vickerstown Bridge, and anytime he sees the engine, just raise the bridge so that the engine can't come.
Oh my god.
He's got a walkie-talkie. He's like, sir, Jeff's here again. Raise the drawbridge now! Now!
He just piles 300 Fowler tenders into the Walney channel. He sinks to the bottom. Just
thought you could give us more Fowlers, huh? Big mistake.
And then just there's about 3 more engines coming down the track. Oh fuck.
Oh my god. Anyway, the lore. Back to the lore.
So when James arrives, he wasn't 060 like his bassist, but the Fat Controller was like, you're gonna be doing a bunch of passenger shit, and and you didn't really go around that curve very well. So yeah, just have a pony truck. And James is like, but why, sir? Do not question my gifts. And that's essentially only mods he has. I mean, his whistle's different, but shut up.
It's interesting because he does fly off of a curve, so that makes a lot of sense that they would make the change then. It's okay, clearly the problem here is that he didn't have a leading axle. So if we were to just add one, we would probably prevent this sort of thing in the future.
It was not the truck's fault. It was just because James had a different wheel arrangement.
He was going the embarrassing part. He doesn't tell anyone. He was only going 10 miles an hour. It was going really slow. The trucks were like, "Don't worry, you're new here. We're gonna give you an easy time." It's this is fast for me.
I'd like to imagine he wasn't pushed by the trucks. His brakes just set on fire. Randomly.
He landed in the dirt. He sat there for 10 minutes, and then his brakes caught on fire. They just combusted. like out of nowhere. His crew was like, all right, we're going to go phone for help. They left. They came back. James was on fire. Like, damn it, James. What happened here? How did this happen? I would explain this to us. I don't know. I just panicked and fire happened. And
Bessie the cow got very angry when I talked about beef.
oh my god. Oh, Jesus.
Okay, so, so Thomas the Tank Engine, the book. Should not have to mention that, but you know. James the Red Engine, the book, take place this year.
In stores now.
In stores now. They came out way earlier. Can I make that short? I'm assuming that you're talking about the James thing. Hell yeah, bro. Just go ham. Go ham. I don't care.
That would be excellent.
That would be excellent. So here's a fun bit of Douggie lore. So you remember how I numbered Jeremiah 1?
Right.
Well, Thomas is here, so what number is he? Well, so the Fat Controller was like a massive tank engine here. He just didn't like tank engines. They had lesser rights. And until Gordon agreed with him, and then he had to change his mind. Because he didn't like to agree with Gordon. So, by the way, the line where he's like, "Oh, I hate these big engines," he was only referring to like mid-sized tender engines. He just hates tank engines. But anyway, Thomas is numbered 1, and Ivet, if you remember who that is, because I mentioned it like 30 minutes ago. Is numbered 2 because the Fat Controller just decided to do a different number system. This was my way of just finding a way for Thomas to be 1, so I didn't need to make up a longer explanation.
Interesting.
What? Lemmy, stop throwing around accusations. I didn't do that just to find a way for Thomas to be 1. What are you talking about, Lemmy?
It just seems to me like you said that. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy, but it just seems to me like you just outwardly
Memory is
admitted
definitely failing you.
to everyone. I think you just admitted that was what you did.
Shut up. Okay, anyway. Back to lore, guys. So, during the same year, the stories, no joke for James, because I felt like that probably would have happened when James was like really young. And What's the Matter with Henry? Because I just wanted Henry to be in his old shape for that. They take place this year too.
I see. Say, what is, I saw a question earlier, is what are our thoughts on Henry 1 and Henry 2? When do we get into that business?
I answered that question actually.
Oh, well, what did you say?
I don't like it because it depends on what they meant. If it means like, oh, Henry just changed into a different class, then that's fine. But if they mean that like Henry 1 and Henry 2 are completely different characters, I don't like it.
It's weird because why would the railway do that? Like, why would they take another engine, rename it Henry, paint it like, has that ever happened in real life where they literally scrapped one engine and then bought another engine and painted it and named it exactly like the old one and gave it the same number? Like, that doesn't really happen. Like, not even in real life. Like, it's not, what would be the point? If there's nothing tying those two engines together, why wouldn't that just be a new engine? But also, like, killing Henry is not favorable, I would say.
But that's just an afterthought for you.
When is Henry rebuilt on your in your lore?
Not to spoil anything. But you'll find out. I know the answer, but I just won't tell you. Fuck! Wait, did I mention the 2 Godred things?
No.
All right, cool. Then I forgot to mention this. Right, so I didn't like the fact that the Coldy Fell engine the railway just had no number one. They just never replaced Godred. So, guess what I did?
You brought in a new engine to replace the original.
Well, I kind of already answered this. But they just made another Godred.
Oh my god! So he's technically the fifth. He's technically the fifth built, but he's number one.
Well, yeah, they just went like one of the people were just like, you know, we should probably replace our number one. It wouldn't make really much sense if it just went 2, 3, 4, and 5.
That's honestly really cool. Like the idea that they would just build another one, because that does make sense to like replace the one that was lost. If you do try to kind of fill that niche again, especially because that was supposed to be kind of the premier engine. That's like the main one. It's literally named Godred. I mean, that's a big deal. So like you wouldn't want to just leave that slot blank. That's really awkward though, because all the engines, they would have to like guide this new Godred down the right path, and they'd also have it'd be really hard for them because like they'd see the old Godred in him, so like they'd have to kind of they wouldn't like it would be very emotional. Like it'd be very complicated for them to kind of live with this engine that's kind of a reminder of their friend, like. But at the same time, they're terrified that the same thing is going to happen to him that happened to Godred. It's a very complex situation. It'd be very awkward for this engine.
So, right, the thing I've done with him is like the engine is not a way like the engine that the rebuilt Godred, Godred 2, as I'll call him. He is aware of the fact that Godred died. But he's not aware of the fact that he is a second Godred. He thinks he's the first Godred. He just believes, he must have amnesia or something.
Weird. That's complicated. Do the other engines understand what the truth is?
Like half of them know, and the others just or either like they know and just don't talk about it, or like Caldy knows.
Right.
But like some of them, like more the more younger engines, younger mindset, shall we say, aren't like they don't really like they just believe, oh yeah, that's just Godred. But like Caldy and like Wilfred or something are like, we should probably talk about it. We should probably tell him.
Right. That's so trippy. Like I could totally see that being the case. It's like some of them wouldn't fully realize. And it would kind of spare their feelings, too, because then it's like, okay, Godred's kind of okay. He just doesn't remember who he is. But, like, he's not. He really is just gone. Like, Jesus Christ. That's very complicated.
I've never seen anyone, like, do that concept as well, so I thought, am I original, guys? Sound off in the comments.
That's really cool. That's like, I really like the... Like Sodor, there are some railways on Sodor that just kind of feel like the ancient railways, like the ones that are really kind of old Sodor, kind of connected to its history very heavily. Engines are named after kings and that sort of thing. That's like what the Mid Sodor feels like. That's what the Culdee Fell feels like. This Sodor,
honestly, I've always kind of associated the Culdee Fell with like current. Well, not current, but like I don't know. I thought it was like opened in the 50s or something.
Interesting. Yeah, it's.
I mean, I know it's opened in the very early. I
think it's like literally starts in 1900, which is like really early. Like that's crazy how early it starts. Because the engines
they just had like 4 engines running the line, and then they eventually bought like 3 more.
Yeah, that's just nuts. They ran the line for like 60 years. And then they brought in 3 more engines. Like, wow. That railway just runs like clockwork, I guess. But I understand like why you might like kind of envision it happening later too, because the thing is like the engines feel very modern. They don't really give off a 1900s feeling. They kind of feel like they were built in like the 40s or 50s. Just the like kind of looking at the valve gear and just kind of the body work, and just like they look like much more state of the art than they actually are. which is interesting. They look like the height of Steam, but really they're not. I mean, they're very old engines. It's just that they're very boxy. But it's very interesting, the timeline on that. Also, I must regretfully inform you, Dougie, that I think we should wrap up in say 20 to 30 minutes from now. I think that would be a good
How
time.
can I
to
finish my lore in that time?
Maybe if you speed it up.
All right. One more chat question.
Already.
Right, one more chat question because Floating Vessel keeps spamming it. Okay, my favorite Thomas theme is Donald and Douglas's theme. I know this is a shocking revelation.
It is. It may change everything that I think about you.
Answer this quickly, please.
Probably Gordon's new series theme. It's really cool.
All right, cool. So, in 1939, Thomas and the Guard and Thomas Goes Fishing take place. Then, because I would have made it take place in like the entire book take place in 1939. And I was like, oh wait, fuck, Bertie's basis is built in 1947. I think that's when it's first built.
Right.
So, yeah. Oh wait, yeah, 1947. So I couldn't just like say it took place in the 30s because Terrence is fine, but you have to have Bertie there because he is mentioned to have witnessed the event. So unless Bertie's a massive fraud.
So who's responsible for World War II? Is it Thomas or the Guard?
I didn't actually put any joke about who was to blame.
Well,
guys, put in chat who's responsible for World War II.
I bet it was Bertie. It was Bertie in one of his earlier guises. Maybe what about this? What if the station master's name is Bert?
Oh my god!
What about that?
Oh fuck!
Yeah.
Right. Well, before Churchill comes to my door and stops asking me to exposing all the secrets, I shall continue with the lore. So,
yes.
In 1975, all of the railways open up. Should have mentioned, but yeah, it's like the first. Shut up.
For anyone else, I heard a sudden pause. You said fur, and then it was all over. You went dark.
Fuck. Okay. Well, I shouted at Will because it was not me. It was Mr. Bubbles, actually. Yeah, it was Mr. Bubbles.
Of course.
Okay, so in 1945, the railways all open up again. So in the mid-Sodor, kind of neglected that for a little while. But Albert, so since he's such a Chad, he's like, oh heck nah, gonna go in the mines or some shit. Because I know in the TV series set, they definitely showed that there is lines going into the mine. So
right.
Albert's like just chilling at the mine, and then like Stanley's like, "Oh heck nah, I think I'm gonna break it down." Why? Cause, and so then, like Albert goes deeper into the mine. No, wait, no, he doesn't. Fuck off. Shut up, me. He's trapped in the mine, but he's not in the flooded part. He's like the entire fucking mine collapses.
I've never considered until now that engines could actually talk to Stanley after he goes to the mine. Because they could. There's lines that run down there. Like, they could go and see him if they wanted to. That's a lot eerier than him just disappearing. It's like, no, you could go visit him down there in the depths if you wanted to.
It's like an event. It's just like, I'm going to go see Stanley today. Oh, yeah. Tell him hi. Ask him how his kids are.
His kids. Yeah.
Stanley's just crying, and then he sees Albert, and he's like, my man!
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I can imagine Albert and Stanley are just like BFFs.
I could see it. Stanley would really.
All right, so anyway,
after his
anyway,
moved.
So in the mine, he's like, he's in the mine, and it like Stanky's like, oh heck no, I'm gonna break it down. So he does, and the mine just like floods. Stanky dies. This is so sad, gamers. But Albert's like a part of the mind where like he can't die because he has the high ground. It's over, Stanley. I have the high ground. Um, yes, I did make a reference. Please laugh. So he gets trapped in the mine. But it's not like Bertram where they just end up finding him. He's just stuck in the mine. He just like no one ever comes for him. Like
That's
he's
terrible.
just he goes insane and just like starts talking to Stanley's dead body. Like
Oh my god, that's
like I
pretty
just
good.
really wanted to write a story where a character goes insane, and I wanted it to be a character no one would really care about. So
Yeah,
you go into
that's
the
honestly
mid-Sodor
like a
mine,
really solid
you
concept.
go exploring through it, and then you can just hear Albert laughing.
Oh my god, that's really good. I like that actually. That's like really that's like a character going insane is very disturbing in the right ways.
I mean, obviously, I couldn't do it with a character like Edward or something. I mean, we all know Edward's insane, but like no one brings it up. But I wanted it to be Albert because like no one really thinks about Albert. So you know he goes insane. And so since obviously like that's their main source of income on the mid-Sodor, because you know selling engines just ain't gonna cut it anymore. And passengers, like the passengers, start to dwindle, and especially since it's after the war, so not a lot of people are really gonna be too interested in just taking a nice day out to the country, you know. So
Sam just said in the
so
chat.
Sir Handel and Peter Tam.
He said, "Insane Edward?" Question mark? Question mark? Question mark? Question mark? Question mark?
That was actually what I was going for.
You've made his day. Look at that.
Yeah. Well, all right. So Sir Handel and Peter Sam are like sold to the Peel Godred power plant with that one other engine, Little Barford, because yes,
Oh,
a magazine character exists in
I
Douggie
like
lore. What the hell?
that's cool. Like the idea that that's the same power plant. I like that. It's interesting.
I don't remember what Awdry said it was, but I wanted it to be the same one because why not?
Isn't it Little Barford? Isn't Little Barford like the same class as Peter Sam, pretty much? So they would kind of be.
I intend on changing it. I don't know what to, but it'll just be something similar.
Interesting.
I don't like it when random engines are just like the exact same classes, like another one. I mean, Class 08s I can kind of get behind, but like
yeah, because there's like 1,000 of those, right? So that makes sense. But like, there's a lot of engines that's kind of weird with, like Albert and Proteus and Sir Handel, like all being the exact same class is dubious. It's like I'm not so like it's stuff like that that's like kind of weird how it overlaps, or like Rheneas and Smudger, like it's just because of the models. That's really like all it is mostly.
yeah. All right. Anyway, so in 1946, I only did it in 46 because I didn't want 45 to be too packed.
Right.
So since you know there's just been a war, and obviously they wouldn't be earning much money, the Fat Controller's like, guess I'm gonna have to give away a bunch of engines. This is so sad. So all of the no names that no one cares about, like Davis, Jeremiah, Ivet, Margaret, and Robert, all just like fucking get sold. And Gordon's like, aha, I finally get to be cool. And Edward's like, oh man. And right, so Jeremiah, something I thought was kind of cool, since like the only character he ever interacted with was Henry. So I kind of made him be like the only character to support Henry for a while. He's like, no one understands me. During his emo phase.
Yeah.
He's like the only character that actually sympathizes with him, other than Edward. But like, you know, in the the only time I can remember Edward even like really sympathizing with him was
Jeremiah. So Jeremiah is the red engine that tries to push him out of the tunnel and fails, right?
Yeah.
So that's actually like pretty poetic, because it's literally like you know, he's kind of like the wind in Henry's sails. He's like trying to push him forward, like despite, you know, it doesn't succeed, but like it's like a pretty poetic kind of parallel. It's like, yeah, he's the only one kind of trying to help him. Everyone else is just leaving him there, except for all the.
I mean, Edward's slightly supportive, but like just essentially it's only at Jeremiah.
Yeah.
Thomas just doesn't really understand. He just kind of thinks that he listens to what Gordon says, and Gordon's like, "Oh, he's just faking it to get out of work."
Right.
And James, I'm sure James probably just agrees with him, because I think
Right.
James straight up says that actually.
Yeah, he does. He's like, I mean, he gets close. He's like rubbish, Henry. You don't work hard enough, and just leaves. So in order for him to be that vitriolic, I imagine he has to believe on some level that Henry isn't actually ill. He must be denying it to some extent.
I think I made so Robert is essentially 98462. He's kind of like so I can't think of like an example, but like he's essentially one of those characters. He's two-faced, really. So like to the big engines, he's like, yeah, fuck tank engines, fuck Edward. But then like when he's left alone with them, he's like, hey guys, so how was your week? You know?
Yeah, right.
You know, Edward. You know, how was your day? You know? He's essentially just acting cool, but inside he's like, man, why do we constantly bully them? There's no point.
Yeah, right.
Davis,
I love
the big one.
I love how Edward is. It's literally just like, fuck the tank engines and fuck Edward. Like Edward is the only one who consistently like backs the right horse. Everybody else, it's like literally like because the tank engines have no choice but to be at the bottom because of the way that they're treated and discriminated against. But Edward could have it made if he wanted to, and he just doesn't because he doesn't believe in that. Like he sides with the underdog. He's like the only one who consistently does that. Like I love that.
I'd like to imagine it's because when he arrives, like they're still going through the transition, so he would have met like the Wellsworth and Sodor engines, and like probably helped them construct the railway, the NWR. So like he would have like met them, and they probably would have been like, some of them probably would have been like, fuck Edward, he's replacing us. And the others are like, well, it's not his fault. And so, like, he kind of understands where they're coming from and sympathizes with tank engines because of this. So when Gordon comes about and goes, "Fuck tank engines," you're like, Gordon, maybe, don't say that.
Like that's the thing. Edward kind of enters into the island at a phase where tank engines run the island. He knows that they're capable. He knows that like they built this place. But exactly. Then, like Gordon comes in, and it's a totally different ball game. He doesn't. He's spent his whole life in the, all the Gresley fanfare, and so he believes that tender engines.
Because when he arrives, he sleeps at a shed where we see no tank engines. It is filled with tender engines.
Yeah,
filled with ones that probably agree with him.
Yeah, they're like the tank engines are hardly on his radar. Like they're barely visible to him. It's interesting.
All right, so explaining the other engine's personality. He's essentially Percy. He's Percy essentially. Well, before he matures, before Percy matures. Okay, Davis. He's just a dumbass. He's just imagine Warrior but a cunt.
Yeah, interesting. That's a good character.
He even speaks with the same accent. Fuck steam engines, Yeah, he's just a diesel. He's a diesel activist,
A diesel activist.
Yeah. Okay. Final one. Before we continue with lore. Margaret. So she is essentially. She just doesn't care. She just doesn't give a fuck.
Right.
Like Gordon will be going on a long speech about how tank engines are a plague, and and then she's like, "Shut the fuck up, Gordon. Who cares?"
So she kind of has no dog in this race. Like she's just kind of like.
Yeah, she doesn't support the tank engines, but she doesn't support. She just doesn't care about anything. She's very laid back.
That's pretty good. I like all these characters. There's they add a lot to the dynamic.
All right, so in 1947, Bertie, so he wants us to believe, is built, and so that means that we can finally have Thomas Terrence and the snow take place. Hooray!
Yes.
Next year, because like during when Thomas Terrence and the snow takes place, that's essentially like Christmas time, and everyone's playing fucking Christmas music, and Thomas is like, music, don't like it. And Annie and Claire go behind them like, oh hell yeah, I love this song.
Right.
So 1948, Thomas and Bertie like happens. And actually, you mentioned this earlier. The hair episodes worked very well during like the early years. And so guess what story's next? That's right, Thomas and the tuba.
That could work, actually. Thomas and the tuba.
So then Percy arrives this year. Oh heck nah. So then, Troublesome Engines obviously takes place during that. And
Right.
so does Gordon Takes Charge, because I like the concept of just Gordon being like, you're just a stupid tank engine, you don't know any better. Let me teach you how to be a proper engine. And Percy's like, Gordon, I am older than you. You're just a tank engine, you obviously know nothing. Gordon, I have existed since the 19th century. Shut up, Percy. Shut up. You know nothing. I am superior.
It's interesting how like the you can't really outwardly tell someone's age oftentimes on a railway. So even though they might have a lot more experience than like a bigger engine, the first thing that makes the impression is the size. It's like, Gordon is huge, so you kind of everybody gets the sense that he kind of is large and in charge and knows what he's talking about. But it's like, no, he doesn't. He doesn't know shit, right? Like, imagine if you could just snap your fingers, right? And make all of the engines totally representative of their like personalities based on their designs. Gordon would look so much younger and smaller, and like if it was reflective of his actual wisdom and like knowledge and emotional kind of reserve, like he would look like a lot different, It's like he projects that he's big and strong and powerful, but as a character, like he's got a lot of shortcomings that aren't immediately evident by his design. So it like definitely like he kind of has this unfair advantage over all the other engines.
Also, in my lore, he's like not even 1 year old when he shows up on Sodor.
Yeah, I believe in Awdry's lore as well.
Oh yeah, well that's true. No, he's about 1 when he arrives, I think.
Yeah, I mean the same difference though. I mean we're talking about an engine who's almost 100 now. So like small potatoes, a year or two. He's a little baby at that time.
He's just a little baby.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, before we start getting weird baby, before we get into reboot territory here, the Clay Pits opens in the same year, like Awdry's canon. I think that's the same year. So then, Sir Roger Robert. It's Robert. It's Robert, guys. Come on, remember. So he's like, oh heck, nah, I don't want to be controller anymore. So then his son's like, Father, may I take over? And then his father's like, okay. Yeah. I know. Deep storytelling.
There's a lot of kids who take over from their fathers in the Railway series. That's like tends to be how it goes. Like, let some fresh blood in. Why not? Come on. So why is everything gotta be a dynasty?
That's why the engines just can't differentiate between people. They just don't know.
Yeah, it's not made easy for them. The fat controller is like, all right, son, you have to pretend to be me forever. Are you ready? Of course I am.
No.
Dad. Got this. Good. I'm going to die now. You ready? I'm ready. Take my hat.
Charles, I don't feel so good. Father, no.
God damn it. Anyway, proceed.
Okay, so Edward starts running the Brendan branch line at the same time as the clay pit opens. So essentially, Bill and Ben show up on his branch line, and immediately they're like, "Yo, what's up, my guy?" And Edward's like, "Oh god, oh no, not young engines." Hello, my name is Edward. Oh yeah, I should state I have nameplates on my engine in my cannon because fuck you, I wanted to. They also have NWR. Must preface this. NWR is on their tender, and their numbers are on their cabs, VR style.
Oh, fancy. Okay. All right.
So
Does,
they show up.
so does Edward try to
Just kind
appear
of
hip
chilling.
to the youth?
Yeah.
Does he
And
succeed?
Edward's just like, "What's up, my fellow kids?" So Bill and Ben they show up and are like, "Edward, hello." Hello? Who are you? We're the clay pits engines. We're supposed to be working at the clay pits, as mentioned. Okay. Have fun. Oh, we definitely will. 2 hours later, Ben, I'm fucking bored.
It's interesting. I just now registered that like they work with clay all day. That's their job. And it's like clay is notorious as like a kind of a thematic device to represent like something to be shaped and molded. Something that is changing, something that can be kind of something that has a lot of potential. Like the molding of a young mind. So that kind of makes sense. Like Edward's two kind of proteges are clay engines. Like they're like clay to be sculpted. Like they're kind of a blank slate that he can kind of raise into a certain, kind of bring up under his own kind of, his own teachings and practices.
If we're going back to the human thing, then Edward would definitely just be Bill and Ben's father, like straight up.
Yeah, no, I think he would be. I mean, he would be like, I could definitely see that. It's interesting though, because it does call into question like what his situation with Thomas is as well. It's like, it's almost like he's almost more of a grandfather to Bill and Ben, because he feels like a little bit. He feels like he skipped a generation. Like they're not quite immediately under him.
Well, I mean, I suppose you could say Boko is the father.
I don't know though. Here's the thing: does Boko ever talk to the twins outside of the Diseasel?
Well, I mean, he clearly. Well, yeah, he talks to them in Wrong Road, and that's definitely more like a father, where he's like,
Yeah,
"Run
so
along,
there's
you
that
two.
as well.
Come on."
So there's out of all of Boko's appearances, he talks to the twins twice. He talks to the mainline engines a lot more than the twins. Like I think, like I don't know. I'm inclined to say that Edward's a lot closer to the twins than Boko is. Like I think.
Well,
Boko,
yeah, I do agree, but like if we have to choose someone to be his father, Edward ruled out for being grandfather, then
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I almost feel like Edward's taken in the twins. Like there's something about it that feels like, they're almost like some scrappy foster kids that he's kind of taken in, that aren't like immediately like they're not like his actual kids, because they're just so unlike him is what's funny about it. Like their personalities are so different. Like imagine Edward as a kid, right? He'd be like a bookworm. He'd follow all the rules. He'd be the kid that waits patiently in class and raises his hand. Whereas like Bill and
I don't
Ben
really
are,
think he's that close to the rules. Like, I mean, I'm not saying he's gonna like go out of his way to break a rule, but like, I don't really think he's that. He's not like Duck who just studies the rules. He's just more
he's
like
not like Duck, but he's like I think he's willing to break rules if he knows that they're stupid rules. But he follows every rule that's fair, I guess is what I mean. Whereas Duck follows them even to the point where the rules aren't fair, but he trusts them blindly because they're the rules. Edward does kind of, he's willing to bend them if he knows it's clearly the right thing to do. But I do think that he'd be the nice guy who's kind of doing the right thing even though nobody else around him is. Like he'd be doing all the homework, even the homework that no other kid does and that isn't mandatory, he'd still be doing it because, that's just what he was told to do and he has a good work ethic. Whereas Bill and Ben would be like throwing spitballs at the teacher.
Bill
they'd be
and
like,
Ben would be Bart Simpson, let's be honest.
What?
Bill and Ben would just essentially just be Bart Simpson.
Yeah, they would. They'd be twin Bart Simpsons. And it's like...
Yeah, they even wear like the same shit. Like even in British primary schools where you have to wear a uniform, they still just show up in regular clothes.
Yeah, I imagine them in like matching yellow hoodies. Have you ever see Sweet Life of Zack and Cody?
I'm aware of the show, but I've never watched an episode.
I watched a lot of it when I was young, and it's shocking that like they are essentially Bill and Ben. Like that's one of those shows you could just watch Zack and Cody and just pretend the whole show that Zack and Cody are Bill and Ben. Like just swap out the names and everything works. Like their mom could be Edward.
Something I've noticed though, and I think the show is definitely the reason why people don't understand this. But Bill and Ben don't trick people unless they're provoked.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's like, I guess not. It's more like to settle a score, right? I think the adventure, what's it called? I think Tale of the Brave does a really good job with Bill and Ben because it shows their more reasonable side very clearly. They're a lot more respectable in that. Like they actually have, common sense, and it shows that there is a method to the madness. It's not like they just, like they're so irresponsible they could never look after themselves. It's the fact that they kind of when they see a good chance for a prank, they'll take it. But usually they have a reason. And if a prank is a bad idea or if it's dangerous, then they don't do it. And I don't think people give them enough credit in that regard. They don't realize that they're actually quite grounded when they have to be.
I think it's definitely the Brenner era that definitely started the whole. Yeah, they just cannot function without someone looking after them. Especially the one episode with Timothy, where they spend the entire episode.
I think
and they were supposed to get coal, but then
I'm not so sure. I think it's kind of the opposite, where there's some episodes in the Brenner era that do that, but I think it's mostly the classic series that's like that, where they feel a little.
There's not really an episode where they just say, "Oh yeah, Bill and Ben can't be left on their own" or something. I suppose Bill, Ben, and Fergus. I suppose.
Yeah, there's that. There's also Buffer Bother isn't a great look for them.
That's really just Bill.
I guess, yeah, but the assumption would be that Ben would behave the same way.
That's twinism, Ben. That's
twinism. I mean, it's twinism, yeah, but it might very well be warranted.
Well, look, Lemmy, you said that Donald and Douglas aren't the exact same, so how can you say that about Bill and Ben?
Because Donald and Douglas have a lot of stories where they're separated from each other. So, I can see very distinct examples of them behaving differently. Whereas Bill and Ben are never apart, ever. That's the only episode they're apart. And
or even both be ha.
Yeah, that's the thing is that I think that in that episode, if we had seen both of them go through the same situation, then we'd have a control. We'd be able to know okay, one of them responded differently than the other. But we don't really see them in the same circumstance. So we don't really have any way of knowing whether Ben would behave the exact same.
I'd like to imagine that they were supposed to be taking trains at the same time. Bill is already at the docks or something, and Ben's just been sitting there oh fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean which one do you think is the more responsible of the two?
Well, if we're going by Railway series, I think it's more Ben, and I only say this because of when, during Perfect Picture, can't remember what the exact title is, but I'm assuming that's what it was. No, What a Picture. There we go. When they're oh yeah, there's a Ben volunteers, so I'm assuming he might. I suppose you could say that's also him wanting to do something fun, because they were bored. Yeah. So maybe Bill. I'll go with Bill. Sure.
I mean, let's see which one of them in Thomas and the Twins gets stuck in the drain.
That's also Ben.
So maybe Bill is the more responsible of the two.
Well, no, Ben gets stuck in the drain because he's trying to help Bill. So maybe.
See, that's the tricky part, is that like there's not really any consistent like behaviors to draw upon.
You know what? I'm changing my answer. My answer is Ben is the most responsible.
I feel like I have this gut feeling that Bill is the most like that Bill is the more mischievous of the two, and Ben is kind of younger in a way, and he's kind of got this more. He's kind of just goes along with what his older brother does. Like they're only it's only like it's kind of like with human twins, where like one comes out of the womb like seconds after the other, but they always hold it over their twin, where they're like, I'm the older one. It's like, well, not really. But like, that would be Bill's thing. It's like, I was built a few seconds earlier. That means that I'm the one that counts. And and Ben's like, that's not how it works, Bill. We were both built on the same day, but Bill would kind of hold it over him. And so in that way, I could see it where Ben is perhaps the more reasonable, but he kind of oftentimes is kind of coaxed to do things that Bill wants to do. So he kind of, like I could see something like that maybe. But I'm not sure. It's very tricky with them because we have barely like anything to go off of. Like they're treated like the same character in almost every story they're in. It's very tricky.
All right, so we just interrupted the lore for like 5 minutes. Awesome.
Also,
okay,
I will say,
I can finally answer your question.
We are 2 minutes away from the time that I quoted. I'm gonna say, how about 10 minutes left, Dougie? 10 minutes.
Right. Okay. Well, that's a lot of lore to get through. Okay. Henry the Green Engine takes place in 1949. Anything else notable? Toby arrives. So Toby the Tram Engine arrives. Takes place that year.
No one cares about Toby. Hurry up.
Okay. In 1950, Gordon the Big Engine takes place. Edward the Blue Engine. 4 little engines. A lot of books take place. Up until 8 famous engines. That's when we go to. Okay. Also Thomas's Christmas Party, obviously. 1951. Rusty and Duncan arrive. Duck and the Diesel. The little old engine, and take place that year. 1952. The Refreshment Ladies Tea Shop takes place. 1953. By George takes place. When does? I think that's wrong. I'll probably change that later.
George. How does how's Boulder Quarry work in your world?
It doesn't. It just doesn't exist. It's not real. So I mean, it kind of exists technically, if we're getting technical here. Rusty and the Boulder, since that's so wacky, but I wanted it in my lore, I'm just saying, oh, fuck it. Rusty dreamed the whole thing. And that takes place at Boulder Quarry. So technically it exists, but not really.
Right. Interesting. Yeah, that could work.
All right. 1954. Yeah, 1954. Thomas the New Engine takes place. But Neville doesn't arrive on Sodor. Must mention this. Right, 1955. All right, this is a hard one to explain. So, the Clay Pits owner and like the Brendan Docks owner guy are like, my man essentially. So they're like, yo, what if we just went to America? Wouldn't that be funny? And then they're like, then the Brendan Docks owner is like, sure, why not? Like, don't you have a whole company to run though? No. Oh,
is this when they get Porter and Timothy?
So they go to America and like yes, this is kind of a Tugs reference. Shut up. So they go to like a port in America and like instead of Puffa and whatever the fuck the goods engine is, I forgot what it's called. It's like Timothy and Porter. Whoa. And so like then they're like Timothy's like, oh heck no, we're gonna die, lol. We're gonna get scrapped. And they're like, man, wish we could do something. So they leave. So then they're like, man, maybe we should honor those engines. And so then they build their own version of Timothy and Porter. And so Timothy's very naive, like he is in the show. He's just essentially his show personality. And he does not know that he is essentially like Godra too. He just doesn't know that he is built like based off another engine.
Why don't you just
However,
why don't you just build
Porter is aware that he is like just that he is essentially just a clone, essentially. So it sounded better in my head, honestly. But like Porter's like has an existential crisis, like when he shows up to the docks and Edward's like, "Yo, oh, so they rebuilt that one engine that you talked about," and Porter's just like, "What?
Oh my god!
Oh no! Oh no!"
Why there's some engines that you've just singled out to have existential crises. Why are you doing
no one
this?
cares about Porter, so like, who's really gonna complain?
Yeah, true. Nah, I'm okay with him suffering.
They're like the only two Brenner era characters I like. I don't know why, because like no, I should hate them. I should not like the fact that there's American engines in Britain, but I love them for some reason. And like I like Timothy because he.
Douggie, there's lag. You're just dead quiet now. I was about to hear the long-awaited answer to the question, why do you find Timothy interesting? Drat. Douggie has gone quiet. I shake my head, says Steam Engines United. Will Thomas says, big oof. Rolling Duck Studios says, uh-oh.
I'm not dead.
There you are. All right. So you were saying,
okay.
Why do you find Timothy so interesting?
Timothy is cool because he just gets bullied. I mean, I'm going the railway series route. I just kind of want, I don't know, when he gets introduced in my awesome series, essentially it'll just be he does something to offend Bill and Ben. He doesn't mean to. I must clarify.
Right.
He doesn't mean to, but Bill and Ben just kind of hold a grudge against him, so just kind of bully him the whole time.
Yeah.
So Porter, he's kind of sad for a little, like during like a period, because Salty's not been introduced yet, so he's just kind of sad. And Edward can't really do much since he only sees him like once a week or something.
This is interesting. So Porter arrives before Salty.
Yeah. Because you know. All right. Anyway. 1960, 55. There we go. No, 56. Okay. Squeak, Rattle, and Roll takes place. Because Gordon's kind of like, Diesels were around then, right? I'm hoping so, because I didn't check.
Wait, which year is this?
1956.
Just barely, I think.
So wait, so they like started showing up that year, right?
They started showing up. I don't know. I know that Diesel visited in 1957, I think, or 1958. But I think that they started a little bit before that. Yeah, I think so.
All right, awesome. It can work then. So like Gordon goes to like Barrow, because he goes there on his express run. So like he just sees a Diesel, and the Diesel is like, anyway, so like he sees the Diesel, and like the Diesel's like, oh yes, we are pioneering, yes. And Gordon's like, what? And it's like, oh yes, you're all going to be scrapped. Hmm? And then Gordon goes back and is like, just starts like making noises that he doesn't understand. Is like, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck.
Right. That's like partly
So
like
yeah,
brought
essentially
on
it's
by
like the
like
same
lack of
episode.
confidence. Like he's probably partly rattling and probably paying a lot more attention to that because he's now all of a sudden panicked. That's an interesting kind of start to the decline.
Because I mean, we don't really see a lot of Gordon's opinion on it until like he's like told, "Oh yeah, all your brothers are dead," you know? He's like,
Yeah.
"Oh god." I
Yeah,
mean,
it's
all the engines
interesting.
have
It's like,
different opinions on it, like on like dieselization. Thomas, I don't really think Thomas really brings it up. At least in Railway series, he's just kind of I don't know. Edward seems to be more like don't blame the diesels, blame the business.
yeah. I'm sure Henry
Henry,
feels it pretty hard because he's he was almost scrapped when steam engines were ruled the roost, and now that it's diesels, I mean, that's
he's probably going for the same thing again. He's like, oh god, no, oh no.
yeah, exactly. And I think
Gordon
Thomas,
just kind of sad that all of his brothers died. James is majorly dieselphobic.
Yeah, he is. But I think
Percy's
it's interesting because I think James like latches onto that not because he actually does have like a political stance against diesels, but because like he just feels James is already really, really insecure. So then the notion that like he could be scrapped and made insignificant, I mean, he basically just like the second he can find something to latch onto and find like a whole group to bully instead of himself, he's going to do that, so that he can kind of make himself feel bigger. Because he's just kind of like
he probably just started bullying them because like he knew like all the engines didn't really like them, except kind of
exactly.
Edward was like the only one, and he liked bullying Edward, so he just said,
like,
"Yep,
James is exactly." James, like, he's exactly the type of person that like becomes a politician on the backs of other people. Who like he finds a group to scapegoat, and then he just says all these dreadful things about them for ages, and then eventually, like people start believing him and going along with him, and like James could be really dangerous as a human if he held those beliefs. He could like really create a huge base and really amass a lot of political power and a lot of fanaticism around him because he's got such charisma. He could really he could stir up some shit if he really wanted to.
I mean, Edward, like Henry, probably would agree with James. I mean, not as like passionately as James is about his opinion.
Yeah, he would have to be wary about it. I think he would slowly kind of divorce from James over the course of the story. Like at first, like when
James, I want a divorce. No, Henry, no.
Like in the late 50s, I think that he would probably agree with James because he'd be afraid of what's to come, and he knows he's personally vulnerable. And knowing James would dig into those vulnerabilities and be like, do you realize that if they come in here, you'll be the first to go, Henry? And he'll believe him at first, right? But then slowly he realizes James is just being fanatical. And the biggest thing
I think
Henry would realize,
the point where he would have like realized is when like, I mean, I don't really think Boko would have convinced him because Boko. I always think about like the scene in Edward's Exploit where like Boko just shouts at the big engines. So,
yeah.
I mean, Gordon might like him, but like maybe not Henry.
I think
don't know.
Henry internally comes to the conclusion that James is wrong a lot faster than externally. I feel like in the early 60s, James, like, I think James would like, once he starts really stirring people up, and I think James would actually get a kick out of like having so many people agreeing with him and listening to him in the heat of this crisis, right? And when Henry realizes that, because he's so close to James, when he registers, wait a minute, you're getting a kick out of this. You don't even fully believe what you're saying. I think that internally Henry would realize that James was wrong and start siding with the Diesels. But I think
he would like externally start saying that though when like Bear arrives and he's like saves Bear.
He would like develop.
James would probably use that against him though, because it's like, well,
which is why
Henry, you had to rescue one engine who was a cunt, So how can you side with the Diesel? Well,
But that's also the thing,
James,
is
you
that,
are aware that Air has been allowed to stay because he isn't like that engine.
yeah, exactly. But it's like, like, I think he could hold his own. But the thing is, I think Henry would be very clever about it, because he would wait until after the super rescue incident, because I think that would give him the chance he needed to speak up. Because the thing is,
Yeah,
like,
because if
I think
he used Boko as an example, James would just go, "He told us to shut up."
yeah, right. But like, whereas with Bear in D199, firstly, James would be like, those guys are a threat to us, and Henry would just kind of move close to James, his shadow would cast over him, and Henry would just be like, James, I pulled both of them. Both of their systems were dead. They're not a threat. Trust me. And everyone in the yard would kind of have respect for him. They'd be like, he's right. Like, no one after Super Rescue, are you kidding me? Henry's like the king of the yard for a few weeks at least, right? So like, if anybody's going to say the Diesels aren't a threat, let's not worry about them. It's the guy who literally just rescued two of them that were broken down, right? So like, James kind of loses all of his power, because now all of a sudden it's like, they are a threat though. They are. It's like, really, when they can't even move. Don't be ridiculous, James. And he'd just leave to go take his train. And it's like, no, you don't get the final word. I get the final word. I think I'll get the final word. I will get the final. It's gone. Like, I think that, he would really, like, what Henry would wait to actually express his beliefs about Diesels until he's got enough kind of clout to do so. He wouldn't take the risk. He wouldn't take the risk in like the 60s. In like the 1961, 62, in the early days of the 60s. He'd wait until the late 60s, where like he's already kind of exposed that Diesels have their flaws, and also proven that steam engines can hold their own, just through his own efforts. And that's when James loses all power, because Henry basically gives the engines the confidence that they need. Like, that's kind of the opposite of what James did. James filled them all with fear to protect them from Diesels, whereas Henry filled them all with hope. He filled them all with the feeling that, through perfectly fair means, we can best them if we need to. I showed you that. I did that a few days ago. And James, all he's been trying to do is fool you all into thinking that we need to hate them, that we need to send them away. But that's not true. They can be here all they want. We can have as many Diesels on this island as we like, as they please. However, they're not going to be able to beat us, and that's
Something something
idea.
I want to think about and bring to this conversation.
Yeah.
Is Dennis. Like, what? Like, I mean, I know he's a hit era character, so obviously there isn't
Dennis
really.
is really interesting because he's like not. Dennis is a lazy Diesel, like very overtly lazy. Really,
James would definitely use that as like a point against like Henry.
And it's interesting because like it would get really tense if James pulled that card. He'd be like, do we want lazy engines on this railway, Henry? And Henry would just be like, I thought you thought I was lazy, when I was terminally ill. And everyone in the yard is like, ooh, oh shit, yeah, you did say that, didn't you, James? And James would just be like, shut up. But like,
and like Gordon is agreeing with Henry, like,
yeah,
yes, you did say that. And then James is like, Gordon, what? You said that too.
Yeah, like, it's really interesting.
But I'm not in the wrong in this situation.
Yeah, like the whole yard would slowly start siding with Henry. And it's interesting because James, at some point in between like the 60s and the 80s, becomes a pariah. Like, I think in the mid 60s, he was like this huge, almost cult leader when it came to like, diesel racism. Like, everyone was kind of listening to him, and he was kind of the voice leading the revolution against diesels, and they saw him as this hero. But slowly the feelings started to shift towards Henry's direction, until eventually James was just this racist old grandpa that just like won't shut up about the Diesels. And it's like, look, get over it. It's over. We don't agree with you anymore. Move on. But it took
I'd like to imagine there's at least someone who agrees with him. I'd like to imagine that when when James goes to like Knapford, where the Farquhar group are at, like Percy's at the station. And James is like, you see, those Diesels, they're replacing us. And, and James is, and then Percy's like, but we have two Diesels that work on our branch line. And James is like, what? You? Ooh, well, Percy, you're definitely in for it. What? No, we're not. Oh, Percy, I'm sorry. it was nice knowing you. And then so Percy's just kind of like fearing. He's like, oh God, oh no. So then he
And
just
that's the
starts
thing.
acting like a massive cunt to Mavis and Daisy.
Yeah, but the thing is, it would peter out after like a few days when they resolve it, right? Like James would be able to stir up some of that, but like it wouldn't really last. It would be like the last gasp of this kind of bigotry because he can't really keep it going when there is no threat, right? The engines all have to believe that there's a threat, and that's the difference I think between James and the other engines is that James does not actually fully. It's not that he's super invested in the idea that diesels are dangerous. It's not like he sincerely thinks they're a huge threat that have to be stopped. He does fear them a lot, but a big part of why he pushes this agenda is because it gives him power. Whereas the other engines, the minute that they realize that diesels aren't actually a threat anymore, they all move on because that's the point. Even like Donald and Douglas, who are very against diesels, well, the reason they may be the second most intense diesel bigots, but it's not.
I don't really think they're intense. I think they're more like their bigotry is more internal. Like, let's say Douglas went to BR, like like Barrow, which I'm assuming I think he does that anyway. Well, because he does that in Escape. But like
Right.
so he would see a diesel. I mean, unless they were being a cunt, but if the diesel just honked at him, he would whistle back, but in turn he was like, God, I fucking hate that diesel.
Right.
I
Yeah,
don't
no,
think he would say it out loud because I don't think Donald and Douglas will attack. They're not like James. They won't attack someone because they just don't like them.
yeah,
They have to have a reason to shoot at someone. They don't.
they're
They
a
don't
lot
just go,
more. They're a lot
"Oh,
more
fuck
understated.
you."
They would kind of like if this were in human terms, then they would spite the diesels with their vote. They wouldn't spite them with literally yelling at them in the streets and holding rallies and stuff. Whereas like James would be more outward about it, which reflects their personalities because James is just so much more bombastic and charismatic and loud that naturally he's going to voice all of his beliefs from the rooftops. Whereas the twins are more likely to kind of be classier about it, but still hold beliefs that aren't really good. But also, once they're not, threatened anymore, then all bets are off. They move on. And the thing is, like, I understand why they're so afraid of diesels because they lived that. They were literally, their lives were endangered by diesels. James, however, like it's something else with him. Like, I honestly think deep down, whatever James's real reason for hating diesels is, I don't think it's about the fact that they're going to replace him. I don't think it's a fear of mortality. I think James, like, it might be something as simple as the fact that diesels are so monotonous in design, the fact that they are like all the same, the fact that they have a cab at either end, the fact that they're big boxes on wheels, they are the least fashionable thing ever designed. And I think James
James hates them just because they're not fashion.
Yeah. And the thing is, I think that he's terrified by the fact that something that is so much less fashionable than him could do his job better than him. Because he believes deep down that the best engine for every job is a red engine. And then red is literally not a BR color. Like it is. It's the only one that got dropped. So like I'm sure he would just be. I think that is really what terrifies him deep down, is the fact that the diesels have absolutely no flair, no charisma, none of the things that make him who he is. And so he's realized through dieselization, like, shit, everything I value about myself doesn't need to be there. It can all be done without it. So what have I been investing all my time in? What have I been, this persona that I've built up, it's all been for nothing. He'd be really panicked, right? So like naturally he's going to hate the diesels. And I don't think he even fully realizes that that's why he hates them, but I think that's what it is, so I think that's I think that's quite possibly what it is. It's like very, very vain, his hatred for the diesels. But the thing is, the things James values about himself are incredibly vain as well. So that makes sense. Like, of course he's going to.
I mean, actually, his diesel phobia does like stem from really early on. Seeing as how it probably is based on diesel, that's probably part of the reason why he just started hating diesel.
I'm not so sure though. I mean, yeah, that's part of it, but he was exposed to exactly the same situation all the other engines were. So like, I'm not so I feel like it has to be something that's different about James's personality. The fact that he would respond differently to diesels specifically. Like,
well, I mean, he does straight up just tell Duncan that like when in what book is it? It's Little Old Engines. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like when he meets up with Duncan, like Duncan's complaining, "Oh, that damn Rusty just ruins everything." And then James is like, "Oh yes, I got rid of a diesel. They're all cunts. Send him back in, Duncan. You tell him."
Yeah, that's true. He does bring that up, but I think there needs to be a reason why James, like, because I'm sure Henry and Gordon also heard about Rusty, probably encountered Duncan at some point. They stop there constantly, but we don't ever see a scene where they warn Duncan. And I think the reason is they
I
don't
think
care.
it's probably because they would have heard it from like Sir Handel. Because I mean, we know Gordon probably gets like because Gordon has to stop at Crobin's Gate for like his express passengers. So I'd imagine it's probably Sir Handel who he meets up with the most.
Yeah,
So
that's true.
so he probably would have heard like the Diesel thing from Sir Handel. Sir Handel's never been shown to be diesel phobic. So I'm sure Sir Handel just would have went, "Oh yeah, there's a new diesel on our line. Not
Sir
not
Handel is
much to really talk
interesting
about, you know."
because, like, I think like Sir Handel's really interesting because I think he's like, how do I put this? He has bigotry, but it's not like a hateful type of bigotry. It's more of a disgust. It's more like a there goes the neighborhood feeling, where it's like he's like, ugh, a diesel in our sheds. I don't like the look of that. But like that is all. It does stop there. It's not like he hates diesels. It's just like it's not a good look for us. I don't really like it. It's that sort of thing where he really like he's not. He doesn't have a loathing for them. He doesn't have a disdain for them. It's just that like he doesn't like how it impacts his image because he knows, it's not a good look to have a diesel in your sheds these days. The standard gauge engines don't like it. Gordon doesn't like them. So I probably shouldn't be seen with Rusty, but I don't really have a problem with Rusty. Like there's not really anything wrong with him and he's not a threat to me. So I don't mind. In the same way that he's rude to like his coaches, like the four-wheel ones. But like he still pulls them and he still doesn't he's not really doesn't really threaten them. He may say things that sound threatening, but like he would never actually want them scrapped, whereas
Sir is the only one to actually threaten them.
Yeah, which is interesting. It's like that's not a great look for him. It's kind of cruel.
I love also how like after the story simply just named Sir Handel. Awdry was really original with that one.
Yeah.
But like afterwards, he's like, every time he sees one of the coaches, he's like, "Please forgive me. I'm so sorry. Please,
Yeah.
sorry."
Like they taught him a lesson very quickly. he kind of learned the ropes. Anyway, I hate to say it, Dougie, but I think that it is time to draw this to a close.
This is so sad.
It is sad, but it's
Guys,
also.
please put in chat that you really like Dougie lore, please.
I will put it. I'll lead the charge.
Awesome.
There we go.
Hooray!
I even did really in all caps just for you.
Thank you.
I love Dougie, says Floating Vessels guy. We like.
I love Dougie.
Dougie lore is best lore with the E being small. Lori.
Guys, please subscribe to Dougie the King Caledonian, please. That would be cool.
Yes, subscribe to Dougie.
Are you subscribed to Dougie, Lemmy?
I think so. Pretty sure.
Well, check.
All right, let's check. Let's check you here. YouTube. Dougie, the King Caledonian. I am not.
What the fuck?
That ends today.
Oh boy. Well, I know for a fact you don't follow me on Twitter, which is very sad.
Well, I don't know
notification.
when the last time I followed someone on Twitter is.
It will be today because it will be me.
Well, maybe.
No, you better do it right now.
I don't know. I don't know. I'll mull it over. I'll think it over for a few days.
Hey, how can you say we're friends? You know, SMH, everyone knows.
True. A follow is what it is. All that friendship really is.
That's all I became friends with you for, just so you could follow me, so I could brag.
Oh, is that right? Wow.
Yeah, this friendship is a lie.
Oh, well, I see. Okay. Well, that makes sense, I guess. I would do the same. I mean, come on, any self-respecting person would.
Any self-respecting person will become friends with Douggie, the cool G, on Twitter.com.
Wooden Railway Edward says, Lemmy, consider following Douggie now. I am considering.
It shouldn't be considered. It should just be right now. Just follow me. You know?
I will consider it for several days and come to a conclusion at some point. Anyway. So
the conclusion shall be that he will follow me. I will confirm.
Well, we shall see. We shall see. I still have not.
You said I made banger tweets as well, so you can't lie. You did say that.
Well, all right, that's fair. That's fair. But I'm already following too many people, and I try not to look at my feed because it's full of distracting things. Lots of distractions in that feed, I must say.
Well, you don't need to look at my tweets. You just need to follow me, because then I can be a happy man.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll think about it. I probably will. Let's be honest. But I'm dragging it out so that it's suspense. We have to build suspense into the audience.
I mean, you're already logging onto Twitter, I presume.
Well, I don't know. The audience must guess. And let's leave them hanging. So, without further ado, I've been Master of the Lemons, aka Lemmy.
I've been Douggie the King Caledonian. And yeah, I read my lore for about 4 hours.
Yes, you did. And it spawned like 30 different conversations. Very impressive, I must say.
We got halfway through it. Just well done, guys. We got halfway through.
Yes, indeed. Bravo.
We got to the 50s.
I mean, that's like 100 years that we covered. Granted, there was a big leap in the beginning from like 1850 to whenever. But Train King James says just in time. All right. Well, take care, everybody. It's been a blast, and thank you very much.
I mean, it's a free country. You don't need to take care if you don't want to.
That's true. Yeah, you don't have to take care. You can give care even if you want. I mean, I'm not sure.
You know, I mean, it may be a free country, but please care for each other.
And we are. Oh, I could have stopped this at 4:20, but now it's 4:20. 14,
it's still 4:20. Come on.
17, 18. All right, fine. Here I go. And it's over. Good day.